Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimdark. Tonight's story, we're exploring life on the homeworld of the Death Guard. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like, comment, and videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or the Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get to the madness.
On Barbarus, children learned the names of poisons before they learned the names of stars. I did not know there were stars when I was young. No one in Gravemire did. Not truly. We had words for lights in the murk and corpse fire over the swamp. We had words for witch glow on the black water and the cold lamps burning in the high manses when the fog thinned enough to show the mountains. We had words for all the things that killed us. Widow mist, bone bloom, green lung, black phlegm, skin rot, glass eye fever, red rain, white fog. Stars were things from old lies. Old women whispered of them when the lamps were low and the shutters were sealed with pitch. They said there were fires above the world, clean fires, far away and untouched by the breath of Barbarus. Hadron told me never to listen to such talk. Hope, he said, was just another vapor. Breathe enough of it, and it softened the lungs. Gravemire squatted in the low valley like a wounded animal that had forgotten how to die. Its walls were black timber dragged from the drowning woods, hardened with smoke, patched with mud brick, and braced with bones too large to be human. Every beam was pegged with knucklebone or scavenged iron. Every roof sagged beneath layers of tar cloth, peat, and flayed bark. Every doorway had a charm nailed above it, though charms had never saved anyone. Finger bones, rusted hooks, teeth in little sacks, shards of green glass from the marsh, a strip of skin with a family name scratched into it, because names mattered to the dead and sometimes confused the things that came hunting. We built with whatever Barbarus allowed us to keep. The settlement had no clean lines. Nothing on Barbarus did. The alleys twisted around sinkholes and old plague pits. The huts leaned into one another as if whispering. The smokestacks coughed black fumes into air already thick enough to chew. The central path was paved with cracked stones taken from a manse ruin generations before my birth, and even those stones sweated in the damp, slick with yellow condensation that burned bare skin. We walked with our boots wrapped in hide and ash. Children were carried until their feet hardened, or until they died, whichever came first. Before dawn, the corpse bell rang. It was not a loud sound. Loud sounds carried. Carried sounds drew attention. The corpse bell was a low iron clunk from the ash yard, slow and patient, like a heart beating under mud. I woke to it with my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth and the taste of metal behind my teeth. My mother had been dead by then for 3 winters, my father for longer than anyone cared to count, so no hand shook me awake. Hunger did it. Hunger and the bell. I wrapped my face in boiled cloth, tied my filter cage over my mouth, and checked the charcoal plug with my thumb. It was still damp from yesterday. Everything was damp. Cloth, skin, hair, bedding, powder, grief. I scraped fungus from the eye slit of my hood and stepped outside into the black half-light. The air bit first. It always did. A little kiss from the world to remind you who owned your breath. The swamp lay beyond the eastern wall, hidden beneath a grey skin of mist. The fungal lamps along the ditch glowed blue and sickly, their caps pulsing like hearts cut from drowned children. Corpse flies slept in black clusters on the posts, each insect fat as a thumb, wings slick with grave moisture. Above them, far beyond the vapours, the mountains rose in broken silhouettes. On their shoulders, the high manses burned with pale witchlight. I could see 3 that morning. Maybe 4. It was hard to tell. The fog made liars of distance. Hadron Voss waited by the ash yard gate with a hook pole over one shoulder and his knife in his hand. "You're late," he said. "I woke before the second bell." "Then you were late in your bones." Hadron was not my brother by blood. Blood meant little in Gravemire. Blood thinned, sickened, clotted, spilled, boiled, and betrayed. Oath meant more. He had dragged me from a fever pit when I was small enough to fit under one arm, and since no one had told him to do it, that counted as kindness. He was older than me by enough years to seem carved rather than born. His face was narrow, scarred across the mouth where a fog leech had kissed him in boyhood. His left eye was cloudy but not blind. Nothing in Gravemire survived by being whole. He looked at my filter cage, then at the cloth around my throat. Loose. I tightened it. Again. I pulled until the knot bit. He grunted. "Better. If white fog comes low, do not run. Running drinks air. Drop. Hood down. Breathe through the dirt if you must. The soil is poisoned too, but slower. You told me yesterday. I will tell you tomorrow, if you live badly enough to need hearing it. What else?" I swallowed. The air tasted of old coins and boiled rot. Never answer voices from the tree line, even if they know your name, especially if they know my name. What else? Never keep the dead indoors after sunset. What else? I looked toward the mountains. Hadron struck me across the back of the head, not hard enough to wound, hard enough to teach. Say it. Never pray loud enough for the mountains to hear. He smiled without warmth. Good. The High Lords have fine ears. We went to the corpse shed. The bodies lay where they had been left in the night, wrapped in reed mats, or not wrapped at all, depending on how loved they had been and how much reed their families could spare. 6 of them. No, 7. The smallest was tucked beneath an old woman's shawl and might have been mistaken for bundled kindling, if not for the little grey foot sticking out. No one wept in the shed. There were rules for grief, as there were rules for poison. Too much of either killed the living. My work was simple. Hook the dead beneath the arm or jaw, drag them to the ash pits before the day warmed their blood, cut away anything useful, teeth, finger bones, hair if clean, metal rings, boot nails, charms, then burn what remained until the marrow cracked. If there was not enough pitch, we broke the bones and buried them in lime. If there was not enough lime, we took them to the black water and weighted them with stones. That was the worst way. Things came up from the black water changed. The dead were not sacred. They were not ancestors. They were not sleeping kin awaiting remembrance. A corpse on Barbarus was a blade without a handle, a shell with the charge still inside. Left alone, it spoiled. Stolen, it served. Taken by the things from the high manses, it returned with wire in its flesh and orders in its skull. I hooked the old woman first. Her name had been Merit, I thought. She had traded sour root near the south well and coughed into a red rag for most of winter. Her body came light across the floorboards. Too light. Barbarus took weight from people before it took breath. Hadron watched me work. "Do not look at their faces," he said. "I know. You keep saying that before you do stupid things. I knew her. You knew meat that spoke with her voice. I hated him for that. I hated him often. It never changed the truth of what he said. We dragged the dead through the yard. The ash pits smoked beneath their iron grates, fed by last night's burnings. Old Cern, the smith, stood nearby with a hammer in one hand and a cup of boiled swamp water in the other. He had the broad shoulders of a man who fought metal every day and usually lost by inches. His beard was braided with little filter beads. each one carved from bone and blackened with soot. "Charcoal's weak," he said as we passed. "The eastern stack took damp. Tell Edrak he burns too many prayers and not enough bodies." Hadran spat black phlegm into the mud. "Tell him yourself. I like my ears where they are." Beyond the pit, a line had formed at the water kettles. Women and men stood with clay jars, waiting while swamp water boiled through layered charcoal, moss, sand, and old cloth. The water came out brown, then yellow, then sometimes clear enough to see the grit at the bottom. Clear water frightened us. Poison liked disguises. Children stood naked beside the kettles while their mothers checked their skin. That was morning law. Lift the arms, open the mouth, turn the hands, show the back, show the belly. Fog blisters began as pale beads beneath the skin, painless at first, almost pretty. Then came swelling, fever, weeping sores, and the softening. I had seen a boy's face slide loose from his skull while he still begged for his mother. His mother had held him until Edrak cut his throat and burned both their clothes. That morning, little Sela Grun had 3 blisters beneath her right ear. Her mother saw them. So did I. So did Hadran. For a moment, the yard became very quiet. The mother covered the marks with her hand. Hadran looked away first. "Not our duty." "That means nothing. It means we keep walking." We did. The ash pit grate screamed when I hauled it open. Heat breathed up at me, wet and rancid. We laid Merit on the iron teeth and pushed her in with poles. Her shawl caught first, then her hair, then the fat left on her bones. The smell crawled into my filter cage and lived there. The smallest body came last. I did look at the face then. I wish I could make myself a liar and say I did not. The child had no eyes, only sealed skin where they should have been, smooth as boiled wax. Its mouth was too wide, split almost to the ear on one side. Its fingers were fused into little paddles, newborn or close enough. The mother followed us from the shed, walking as if each step were being cut into her feet. Edrak Morn came with her. Our grave priest was not holy. Nothing holy lived in Gravemire. He kept tallies, marked plague doors, oversaw burnings, remembered bloodlines, and spoke the old refusals over the ash when families had enough food to pay him. He wore a coat of stitched funeral cloth, each patch taken from a dead villager's shroud. His mask was carved from black wood, long-nosed and expressionless, with glass circles over the eyes. He carried a brass rod for touching the infected, and a curved knife for ending arguments. "Bless him," the mother said. Edrak looked at the child in my arms. "No." Her mouth trembled. He breathed. "For how long?" She made a sound like a kettle cracking. He breathed. Edrak's mask tilted. "So does the swamp. Say the words. There are no words for this. Say he was mine. He was yours. Say Barbarus gives him back clean." Edrak stood silent. The mother lunged at him. Hadran caught her before she reached the grave priest and held her while she fought. She was thin, but grief made beasts of the thin. She clawed Hadran's cheek open. Blood ran down into his beard. He did not flinch. "Bless him," she shrieked. "Bless him, you ash-mouthed carrion thing. Bless my son." Edrak's voice came flat through the wooden mask. "Barbarus does not bless. Barbarus consumes." The mother sagged. Hadran held her upright because there was nothing else to do. I put the child on the grate. He was so small that the fire took him quickly. No one spoke after that. The village chose survival over mercy every day, and every day we pretended the choice had been forced upon us by the world, by the fog, by the mountains, by anything except the hands with which we made it. Perhaps that was true. Perhaps it mattered. I have lived long enough to know truth and meaning are not oath-bound kin. By midday, the red rain came. It ticked first against the roof hides, soft as fingernails, then hard enough to smoke where it struck exposed metal. The whole village lowered its shutters. Those caught outside ran for cover with their cloaks over their heads. A dog howled near the south ditch until the sound became a wet gargle and stopped. The rain painted the mud in streaks of diluted blood, running through the alleys, hissing where it found old lime. From beneath the smithy awning, I watched the marsh beyond the wall glow with fungal light. Blue caps, green veins, pale bulbs swelling open in the wet. Corpse flies rose in clouds, drunk on the warmth. The air turned iron thick. Each breath through my filter felt dragged over a knife. Alt Cern hammered a strip of scavenged plate into a face guard while the rain fell. Clang, turn, clang, dip in oil, clang, curse the metal, clang again. His arms were scarred with burns and acid freckles. One day, he said, though not to me, I will build a mask tight enough to cheat the high fog. Hadron snorted from the doorway, and one day I will piss clean water. Alt did not stop hammering. Mock when you can breathe without cloth. No man breathes without a price. No man yet. That was as close to hope as Alt ever came, and even then he beat it flat with a hammer. The rain passed before evening, leaving the world steaming. That was when we heard the tree line whisper. Not words at first, just a wet murmur from beyond the eastern ditch, where the black reeds grew higher than a man, and the swamp trees leaned together with their roots exposed like dead fingers. The gatewatch raised a shutter slit. Someone hissed for silence. The whole settlement listened, cawed. My name. It came from the trees in my mother's voice. My skin tightened beneath my rags. Hadron's hand closed around the back of my neck before I knew I had stepped forward. Cord, the voice called again, soft and tired and beloved. I am cold. Hadron leaned close to my ear. What is the rule? My mouth would not work. His fingers dug in until pain found me. What is the rule? Never answer, I whispered. The voice sighed from the reeds. My little ash boy. I kept your bowl warm. I had not heard those words since I was a child small enough to sleep curled beside the stove. Hadron shoved me behind him and lifted his hook pole. Along the wall, the militia gathered. They were not soldiers, not then. They were farmers, tanners, ditch diggers, charcoal burners, corpse haulers, and hunters with bad lungs. They carried axes, spears, cleavers, slings, pitch jars, and long hooks made for dragging things from the mud without touching them. Their masks made them faceless. The reeds parted. At first I thought it was a man. That was the horror of it. Not that it looked wrong, but that it looked nearly right. It came walking through the marsh with slow, patient steps. A dead man, naked except for strips of old harness and the remains of a burial cloth. His skin was the colour of curdled milk. Bronze wire stitched his jaw shut in looping seams, biting through cheek and gum. More wire laced his chest, holding the ribs closed where something had opened him and worked inside. His belly had split from sternum to groin. Intestines dragged in the mud behind him. Pale ropes streaked black with swamp filth. They caught on roots and stones, stretching until he turned with dead patience and pulled them free. His eyes were gone. In their place, little green flames guttered deep in the sockets. No one charged. Charging was for fools and fever men. The militia waited until the revenant reached the ditch bridge. It did not raise its hands. It did not snarl. It did not rush us. It walked as if invited. Varug Holt threw the first pitch jar. It broke across the thing's chest and painted it in black oil. Another man tossed a lamp. Fire climbed the corpse in a hungry sheet. The revenant kept walking. The stink hit us, sweet and meaty, pushing through cloth and charcoal. Its skin blistered. Its burial strips burned away. Fat popped beneath the flames. Bronze wire glowed dull red in its face. Still it came on. "Hooks!" Varug barked. 3 hooks caught the corpse, one in the shoulder, one beneath the ribs, one in the thigh. Men hauled. The revenant staggered, then pulled back with strength no dead thing should have owned. Barbarus slipped in the mud and lost his grip. The hook chain lashed across his face and opened him from brow to mouth. He went down, screaming blood into his mask. Hadran moved. He did not shout. He never wasted breath on courage. He stepped in low, drove his pole hook behind the revenant's knee, and wrenched. Bone cracked. The dead man dropped to one leg. Varug hit it with an axe. Once, twice. The blade sank into the shoulder and stuck. The revenant turned its burning head toward him. The voice from its wired mouth was my mother's. "Hungry, Cord?" I made a sound I'm ashamed to remember. Hadran ripped his knife free and cut through the thing's throat. Black fluid sprayed his sleeve. The head lolled but did not fall. The jaw wire held. Varug abandoned the axe and kicked the corpse backward into the mud. "Millstone!" someone shouted. We had one near the gate, cracked and useless for grain, useful for crushing what needed crushing. 4 men shoved it from its brace. The stone toppled with a wet thunder and rolled half a turn before striking the revenant across the skull. The head flattened, not broke, flattened. Bone, wire, flame, and dead flesh burst outward beneath the weight. Green fire leaked from the eye sockets and died in the mud. The body twitched for a long while after, long enough for the rainwater in the ruts to steam around it, long enough for Barbarus to stop screaming, long enough for me to understand that it had never tried to kill us. Edrak saw it first. He stood near the gate, brass rod raised, staring at the doors along the eastern row. I followed his gaze. Corpse blood marked the wood, not sprayed, not spilled by accident, marked. 3 lines on one door, a hooked curve on another, a smeared handprint beneath a lintel. The revenant had dragged its own opened body through the settlement path before we stopped it, touching doors as it passed, writing in rot. Hadran swore softly. "What does it mean?" I asked, though I knew, everyone knew. Knowing did not stop the question from crawling out. Edrak walked to the nearest marked door. Behind it, a family huddled in silence. I could hear a child crying through the wood, muffled by a hand over its mouth. The grave priest touched the mark with his brass rod. The corpse blood clung in strings. "Chosen," he said. No one moved. Above us, the fog thinned. The mountains showed themselves, black and vast, their slopes drowning in vapour. High upon them, the manses gleamed with corpse-pale light. For a moment, I imagined shapes moving along the distant ridges. Tall shapes, patient shapes, lords of poison looking down into our valley and counting what belonged to them. Then the high bells began to ring. They were not like our bells. Our bells were iron and low, made by human hands for human fear. The bells in the mountains sang thin and cold, too clear for the poisoned air, each note sliding down through the fog like a blade drawn slowly from a sheath. One answered another, then another. Across the heights, the manses called to each other. Gravemire listened. The marked families began to wail. Varug Holt turned toward the alarm post and struck our low iron bell with the back of his axe. The sound rolled through the village, dull and ugly, swallowed almost at once by the wet air. Again he struck it. Again. Again. Doors opened. Shutters slammed. Children were dragged from yards. Men ran for weapons. Women carried pitch, water, knives, masks, charms, lies. Hadron looked at me, his face streaked with blood from the cut the grieving mother had given him, and black fluid from the revenant's throat. "Now you learn the last rule," he said. I could barely hear him beneath the mountain bells. "What rule?" He looked past me, toward the white fog gathering beyond the eastern ditch. "When the reaping comes, do not die first." The high bells rang on. The low bell answered, and all the valley held its breath. The reaping bell did not ring like the corpse bell. The corpse bell was for work. It had rhythm, duty, a kind of ugliness a man could understand. It called us to drag, cut, burn, bury, and forget. The reaping bell was different. The reaping bell was fear-given iron, hammered into shape by Alt Cern's blackened hands, and hung above the gate so every soul in Gravemire could hear the sound of their life becoming smaller. It rang until the whole village moved. No one needed orders. That was the most terrible thing about it. Panic would have been kinder. Panic would have meant we were innocent. Instead, Gravemire prepared with the dead-eyed discipline of people who had survived this before, and knew survival was never proof of mercy. Shutters slammed closed and were sealed with pitch. Smoke holes were stuffed with wet rags. Doors were barred with beams polished smooth by generations of trembling hands. Children were pulled from alleys, slapped silent, and carried to the ash holes beneath the floors. Mothers packed grey ash around their sons and daughters until only reed tubes showed where they might breathe. Some children wept, some did not. The quiet ones frightened me more. Old men took spears down from wall pegs. The spearheads were red with rust and old blood, and many were more hook than blade, meant not to kill, but to slow. On Barbarus, slowing a thing was sometimes all the victory a man could afford. Women sat beneath guttering lamps, sharpening gutting knives over whetstones, the same curved blades used to open swamp deer, sump eels, and plague pigs. Their hands did not shake. That stayed with me. Not the knives, not the faces, the hands. The marked doors were stripped of names. That was Edrak's order. He went from house to house with his brass rod and his long black mask, scraping family marks from lintels, tearing down tooth charms, cutting away little stitched prayers. The families inside watched him do it in silence. To leave the names would make the choosing cleaner. To remove them might confuse whatever came. It had never worked. We did it anyway. Hadron found me by the eastern row, staring at the corpse blood signs drying on the doors. "Corpse trench," he said. I looked at him through my fogged eye lenses. "I can hold a hook. You can hold your bladder too. Neither makes you useful on the wall. I have stood watch. You have stood near men standing watch." The insult should have burned. It did not. I was too afraid to give pride a place to sit. What do I do? What you are told. What you always do. Handle the dead. He pushed a hook pole into my hands and pointed toward the north ditch, where the corpse trench had already been opened. The trench was older than the village wall, older than the ash yard, older perhaps than Gravemire itself. It ran in a crooked line beyond the inner palisade, roofed in places by sagging planks and hide screens. We filled it before raids with everything that stank enough to lie for us. Dead animals, spoiled offal, diseased hides, old bones cracked for marrow and left to sour. Human corpses when we had them, though the ash priest hated that. Not because he cared for the dead, because bodies were danger, and danger multiplied when he was not counting it. The overlords hunting things had noses, or pits, or witch senses that served the same purpose. They came down through the white vapours seeking heat, breath, blood, fear. Rot could blur a trail. A corpse trench could make a living village smell like a dead one. That was the wisdom of our fathers. Make yourself resemble what the world has already eaten, and perhaps it will pass you by. We dragged a dead draft beast into the trench first. It had been a broad-shouldered sump ox once, strong enough to pull timber sledges from the marsh. Green Lung had taken it 3 days before. Its eyes had burst in the night, and its tongue hung black and swollen from its mouth. Alt suns cut the belly open and steam rolled out, thick and foul enough to make my filter cage wet. We packed the trench with its guts, then added baskets of spoiled fish, rat carcasses, plague rags, and the bodies from the morning ash duty that had not yet burned down to bone. Merritt's half-charred skull stared up at me from a pile of wet reeds. One side of her face cooked black, the other still almost human. I turned it away. Hadron saw. He said nothing, which was worse. The high bells rang until dusk, then stopped all at once. Silence came down harder than sound. Every lamp in Gravemire was hooded. Every cooking fire was killed. The village became a shape of darkness in a deeper dark, breathing through cloth and wood and fear. Above the palisade, the fog thickened. White at first, then grey where it rolled low over the ditch, then pale green where it touched the corpse trench and stirred the fumes from the rot. It moved against the wind. Fog on Barbarus often did. The world had never cared for natural law unless it could be made cruel. I crouched in the trench with 3 others. Sella Grun's father, whose daughter had shown blisters that morning. A charcoal burner named Marek, who stank of smoke and sour sweat. Old Vane, who had one hand and a spear tied to the stump of the other, because he refused to be placed with the useless. Hadron stood above us on the inner bank, with a hook, an axe, and no shield. "You stay low," he told me. "I know. No. You hear words and mistake them for knowing. Stay low when things scream. Stay low when men call your name. Stay low when I call your name. If you call me, I come." He looked down at me, and in the dark, his cloudy eyes seemed almost white. "Then I will not call." The first voice came from the tree line. It was a boy's voice, thin with cold. "Father?" Celegrun's father went rigid beside me. The voice came again, closer. "Father, I cannot see. Open the gate." No one moved on the wall. No one breathed loudly enough for me to hear. The man beside me began to shake. "Father," the voice whimpered. "The mud is in my mouth." Marek pressed both hands over his ears. Old Vane muttered the old refusals into his mask. I stared at the trench wall and tasted bile. Sella Grun's father whispered, "That is not my son." No one answered him. "My son died in the red rain." Still no one answered. "He died before he had teeth." The voice outside the wall began to cry. The man stood. I caught his sleeve. He hit me without looking, a backhand that cracked my head against the trench boards. He climbed out with the strength of the mad and the damned. Hadron moved to stop him, but another voice called from the south ditch, then another from the well yard, then another from somewhere above us where no throat should have been. The dead begged from every side of Gravemire. Mothers, brothers, lovers, children. Men taken in reapings long before my birth. Voices I knew. Voices I almost knew. Voices that promised warmth, forgiveness, clean water, open sky. The village trembled under them. Sella's father ran for the gate bar. "Do not," Hadron said. The man sobbed as he lifted the latch brace. "He is cold." Hadron buried the axe in the back of his skull. It was a clean blow. That made me hate him more. The man dropped against the gate and slid down it, fingers twitching on the wood. Blood ran under the bar in a black thread. I rose from the trench before I knew I meant to. "You killed him." Hadron turned his mask toward me. Yes. He was grieving. He was opening the gate. He thought it was his son. He was wrong. I hated him then. Truly hated him. Not as boys hate men who are right. Not as the weak hate the strong. I hated him because I knew I would remember the sound of that axe for the rest of my life, and because some buried, craven part of me was grateful. Then the voice outside the gate stopped crying. It laughed, not like a child, not like anything with lungs. The laugh unfolded in the fog, wet and layered, as if many mouths inside one throat had found the same joke. Hadron looked back to the wall. Down! I dropped into the corpse trench as the fog split open. They came without a battle cry. The stitched dead came first, because the dead were cheap. They walked out of the white murk in ranks too loose to be formation and too ordered to be accident. Men, women, things that had been both or neither after the knives of the Mancies were done. Bronze wire held jaws shut or open. Iron staples pinned limbs in places they had not grown. Some had extra arms fixed to their ribs, each hand clutching a knife or hook. Some crawled because their legs had been taken for other bodies. Some dragged chains threaded through their spines, and those chains were pulled by pale torsos that moved on finger bones, their mouths stretched wide in silent hunger. Behind them came the winged things. I saw only pieces through the slats and fumes. Membrane wings like flayed skin stretched between jointed spars. Long feet with black talons. Hairless heads hanging too low on thin necks. They did not fly so much as drop and climb and drop again, catching the fog as if it were water. One landed on the palisade and folded itself around a watchman. He stabbed it twice before it opened him from throat to groin with a hooked toe. His insides fell steaming over the wall, and the winged thing pressed its face into the spill like a dog at a trough. "Pitch!" Varug Holt shouted through his mask. "Hold until the ditch! Hold until the ditch, you sump-born cowards!" Someone did not hold. A firepot arced from the wall too soon. Then another. Then a whole row of frightened hands threw early. The oil pits beyond the gate bloomed in orange sheets, beautiful and useless, burning where only fog had stood. The first ranks of stitched dead walked around the flames. The crawling torsos went under them. The winged things went over. Varug's curses became lost beneath screaming. The spear line formed behind the gate, 3 ranks deep, shields made from planks and boiled hide, locked together by men who had never trained as soldiers and had only fear to make them stand straight. The old men braced the front. Younger hunters stood behind with axes. Women waited with knives and pitch ladles in the alleys. Edrak moved among them, touching foreheads with his brass rod, not blessing them, only counting. The gate shook. Once, twice. On the third impact, the upper hinge burst. Something vast leaned against the other side. I saw it when the gate split. A flesh hulk, taller than the wall, shoulders made from several bodies bound under a single hide of grey meat. Its head was too small, almost lost between swollen slabs of muscle. Hooks hung from chains bolted through its forearms. Cages swung from its back, each one made of rib and iron, each one large enough for children. It struck again. The gate exploded inward. Men died because wood killed them before the monster did. Splinters, as long as spear shafts, punched through faces, throats, bellies. One old man was nailed upright to the mud brick wall by a broken beam through his chest, his feet kicking as if searching for the ground. The spear line vanished beneath bodies and timber. Those who survived stabbed upward, The flesh hulk took the spears into its meat and kept coming, dragging men from the line with its hooks, lifting them, tearing them, throwing halves aside when they stopped fighting. No glory lived there, no songs, no clean courage. Men slipped. Men breathed too hard and drowned in their own masks. Men turned to run and blocked those behind them. Men who stood in the wrong place were crushed. Men who froze were opened. Men who fought bravely died beside cowards, and the mud took both without preference. A woman with a gutting knife climbed the flesh hulk's leg and cut at the tendons behind its knee. It reached down, closed one hand around her head, and squeezed. Her skull came apart like a boiled root. Her body stayed clinging to the knife for a few breaths after, legs kicking against its shin. Marek vomited into his filter beside me. He tried to crawl from the trench. Old Vane stabbed him in the thigh with the spear tied to his stump. "Stay," the old man snarled. Marek stayed. The winged things dropped into the alleys. I heard children screaming under floors. I heard mothers screaming louder to hide them. In one hut, the ash hole lid broke inward. Little hands clawed up through grey powder. Something pale and low slid after them. The children's reed breathing tubes snapped one by one. I pressed my face into the rot and wished I had never been born with ears. The corpse trench worked for a while. Hunting beasts came near and recoiled from the stink, or lost the trail, or turned on one another in confusion. One pale crawling thing slid over me, its belly cold through my cloak, fingers walking through the offal beside my head. It paused when my breath hitched. I bit my tongue until blood filled my mouth and did not move. It tasted the air with a black ribbon of flesh, then skittered away toward a warmer sound. Old Vane was not as fortunate. His mask had cracked when he fell. I heard the wet whistle of his breathing. So did the thing that found him. It came down from the trench wall like spilled wax, all arms and ribs and blind, searching hunger. He drove his spear into it. The blade went through and stuck in the boards. The thing flowed along the shaft and reached him anyway. Its fingers went into his mouth, his eyes, the soft places under his jaw. He made one thick sound, and then his throat opened under the pressure of its feeding. I crawled backward beneath bodies. There were many by then, some dead before they fell, some pretending, like me, some still trying to push their entrails back in with shaking hands. The trench filled with hot blood and old rot. My knee slid into an open belly. My hand closed around hair that came away from the scalp. A man begged me for his mother, then for water, then for a knife. I gave him none of those things. I kept crawling. Above the trench, the raid became harvest. The flesh hulk did not kill everyone. That was worse. It smashed defenders aside, then hooked the living by limbs, belts, hair, jaws. The stitched dead followed with cages and chains. People were dragged from huts. Those too old to walk were killed. Those too young to walk were taken. Those with strong backs were bound. Those with clear skin were inspected by things wearing dead men's hands as gloves. The marked houses were emptied first, then the houses beside them, then any house that screamed. A boy I knew, Taman Alt, tried to bite through the hand of a stitched dead woman carrying him. She looked down with green fire in her sockets and bit off his lower face. He lived long enough to be thrown into a cage. The cages went upward. That is the part dreams never forget. The way the captives disappeared into the white fog, not away across the ground, but upward, dragged by tall shapes and chain teams toward the mountain paths. Screams faded as distance took them. Some names remained longer than the voices that carried them.
Hadron found me near the dead ox. I did not know him at first. He was black with blood, some of it red, some of it not. His axe was gone. His knife remained. One side of his hood had been torn open, and his cheek steamed where the fog had kissed it. He grabbed my collar. Move. I stared at him. I think I said his name. I think I said I could not. I think I said nothing at all. He struck me once, hard enough to bring the world back. Move or become...
Tribute. Something huge shifted in the fog beyond him. The flesh hulk was turning back toward the trench. One of its cages swung open and shut with a wet creak. Inside, children pressed against the ribs, white-eyed with ash still clinging to their hair. Hadron looked at the dead draft beast, then at me. "No," I said, understanding too late. He cut the ox wider. The heat inside it was terrible. Wet, sour, alive with gases and half-digested swamp grass. Hadron shoved both hands into the wound and pulled the belly open like a door. Steam rolled around us. He pushed me in head first. I fought him then, not from courage, but from revulsion. My hand slipped on the inner walls of the carcass. My mask filled with the stink of bowel and blood. He climbed in after me and dragged the split hide closed over us. The world became meat. I could not see. I could barely breathe. The ox's organs pressed against my face, my chest, my hands. Warm fluids soaked through my sleeves. Something burst under my elbow. Hadron's arm locked over my mouth and filter cage, holding me still. Outside, the trench boards creaked. The flesh hulk came near. I felt its steps through the carcass. Each one made the dead ox tremble around us. Hooks dragged through the rot. Chains clinked. Something sniffed, not with a nose, with a whole wet body. My lungs screamed. My mind screamed louder. The ox held us in its dead warmth while the harvest passed around us. Hadron's mouth touched my ear. Do not breathe deep. It was a mad command, a necessary one. I took little sips through the clogged charcoal, each one thick with ox steam and my own terror. Time lost meaning. The raid became sound without shape. A cage dragged past. A woman called curses until a hook silenced her. A man promised the overlords anything. A child sang a nursery rhyme in a voice gone empty from fear. The white fog hissed over the trench. At some point, the bells in the mountains began again. Not alarm this time. Triumph. When Hadron finally cut us out, the sky was turning the colour of old bruises. Dawn on Barbarus was not light. It was only darkness made thin enough to show what had been done. Half of Gravemire was gone. Not dead. Gone. That was worse, because the mind kept trying to place them somewhere. In huts, in ash holes, at kettles, behind shutters, standing in line for boiled water. They were nowhere. Their doors hung open. Their bowls steamed untouched. Their tools lay where they had fallen. The marked houses were empty down to the bedding, as if the families inside had been swallowed whole. The gate was a ruin. Bodies lay beneath the beams, some crushed flat, some folded around splinters, some still moving because death had not finished its paperwork. Alt Cern knelt beside one of his sons and made a sound too low to be weeping. Edrak walked among the dead with his tally cord, knotting it again and again until he ran out of cord and began tying knots in strips of torn shroud. Varug Holt stood at the breach with a broken spear through his shoulder. He did not let anyone pull it free. He stared at the path leading upward into the thinning fog. "Count weapons first," he said. A woman slapped him. He did not stop staring. "Count weapons," he repeated, then living, then dead. That was Barbarus. That was the order of things. Hadron and I staggered from the trench covered in filth. No one laughed. No one had enough humanity left for laughter. My clothes clung to me. My skin itched where ox blood had found old cuts. I pulled off my mask and vomited until bile burned my throat raw. Then I saw the gate. The raiders had left a sign there, nailed into the split wood where the bar had broken. It was made from ribs. Human ribs, scraped clean and bound with bronze wire into the hooked glyph of one of the high manses. Fresh flesh clung to the joints. Beneath it hung strips of skin cut into narrow tags, each marked with a burned line. Edrak stood before it. "What does it say?" I asked. My voice sounded like it belonged to something buried. He did not answer at once. His black wooden mask reflected the colourless dawn. When he spoke, the words were flat, and that was how I knew he was afraid. "Tribute accepted," he said. The fog shifted beyond the ruined gate, revealing the first black angles of the mountain road. Edrak touched one of the skin tags with his brass rod. "More required." No one spoke after that. We listened to the last of the screams fading high above us, carried into the white vapour where the manses waited, and the valley breathed in the stink of its own opened belly. Weeks passed after the reaping, though weeks meant little on Barbarus. We did not count time by suns. We counted it by what diminished. The grain jars lowered. The charcoal stacks thinned. The water queues shortened because there were fewer mouths left to stand in them. The mourning stopped first, then the singing, then the arguments that required strength enough to care. Even hatred grew lean. Half of Gravemire had been taken into the white. The empty huts remained, and that was the cruelty of it. They did not fall. They did not burn. They stood with their doors broken and their bedding souring in the damp, with bowls still stacked near cold hearths and tools left where hands had dropped them. A whole life could remain after the body was gone. A cup, a boot, a child's ash tube, a knife with the handle worn smooth by a thumb that would never press there again. The dead were easier. The dead could be moved. The missing stayed everywhere. The old laws returned because no village survives on grief. Shutters were repaired. The gate was braced with black timber. The corpse trench was filled and covered again. The ash pits were fed until the smoke hung low over Gravemire for days, greasy and bitter, clinging to our hair and masks. We burned those who had died in the raid. We burned pieces of those who had died. We burned limbs with no names and heads no family would claim, because claiming meant counting, and counting meant understanding how much had been lost. Understanding was expensive. Most of us could not afford it. Spoiled grain became a war in itself. The eastern storehouse had taken damp when the gate shattered, and the bags inside swelled with pale mould. Old Cern said we could scrape the top layers and boil the rest with ash. Edrak Morn said the mould had veins, which meant it had gone deep, which meant it would make corpse bell work by morning. Varug Holt told them both that starving men did not debate purity. A woman named Ilya struck him with a ladle for saying so. Her husband had been dragged upward in a cage, and her eldest son had suffocated under the floor when his ash tube clogged. She told Varug that grief did not waste calories if it kept a soul human. Varug looked at her with his one good eye and said, "Human souls do not pull ploughs." No one liked him. No one could prove him wrong. That was life after a reaping. We ate less. We worked more. We spoke only when words could carry weight. Children stopped playing at all. Those who had been hidden under ash came out quiet, coughing grey dust for days. Some woke screaming because they had heard the raid through floorboards. Some did not wake at all, though no wound showed on them. Edrak said fear could shut a child from the inside. Hadron said Edrak used too many words to describe death. I returned to corpse hauling and wall work. My hands split from lime and cold. My knees ached from dragging bodies and timber through mud. My filter cage rubbed the skin raw under my jaw. Each dawn, I expected the high bells again. Each dusk, I expected the voices from the tree line. When neither came, I did not feel relief. I felt the world inhaling. The stranger came in the lower fields beneath a sky the colour of old iron. I saw him first because I had been sent beyond the ditch to gather sour root from the black furrows. No one went alone beyond the ditch after a reaping, but Gravemire had fewer bodies than tasks, and hunger has always been a commander with a hard voice. I carried a hook knife, a reed basket, and a pitch lamp hooded against the mist. The soil sucked at my boots. Corpse flies worried at the scabs on my hands. Far off, the swamp breathed vapour through the roots of the drowned trees. At first I thought a dead tree had moved. Then it came closer. He was tall. That is too small a word. Tall was a man standing above another. Tall was Varug Holt, who could look over a shield line. This stranger seemed made to shame the scale of men. He came through the field with a slow, unhurried stride, gaunt beneath a ragged cloak, pale as bone left in acid rain. His limbs were long, his shoulders narrow and terrible, his head hooded but uncovered enough for me to see the skin drawn tight across a hairless skull. His eyes were black, not dark. Black, as if the pupils had swallowed everything else and found nothing worth reflecting. In his hands, he carried a scythe, not a farmer's tool, though it had been born from that shape. Its haft was long, blackened, bound in strips of hide and metal. The blade curved wide and heavy, stained where no whetstone had cleaned it, with a cutting edge that seemed hungry even at rest. It was too large for any village man to wield well. He carried it as if it weighed less than my hook knife. The air around him was wrong. The lower fields always smelled of rot, marsh water, and the bitter tang of poison weeds. Around him came something sharper, higher, the cold breath of the mountains. White fog clung to his cloak in threads and did not disperse. He wore the high world on his skin. My basket fell from my hands. The stranger looked at me. I should have run. I had been taught to run from many things and hide from the rest. Instead, I stood there with my mouth wet against my filter cloth, staring like a marked door waiting for the hook. He did not speak. I backed away one step, then another, then turned and ran badly, slipping in the furrows, sour roots snapping beneath my boots. I reached the ditch, coughing blood into my mask, and struck the alarm post so hard the skin over my knuckles split. The low bell answered with its ugly iron throat. By the time the stranger reached the outer field, every living hand in Gravemire that could hold a weapon was at the wall. Hadron stood at the gate breach with a hook pole and an axe. Varug had a spear under one arm and a shield of patched hide in the other. Alt Cern carried a hammer still hot from the forge. Edrak Morn watched from behind them, black mask tilted, brass rod in hand. Even the old and sick had come out with knives, clubs, sharpened bone, anything that made them feel less edible. The stranger stopped beyond bowshot. That alone frightened us. Most things from the fog came on until killed or fed. This one understood distance. He looked at the wall, at the repaired gate, at the corpse trench, at the marks where the raid had broken us. His gaze moved slowly, and where it passed, men tightened their grips. Overlord spawn, Varug muttered. Hadron did not blink. Kill him before sunset. With what? Alt asked. With everything. Edrak's mask turned toward Hadron. And if he belongs to the High Mancies, then killing him will anger them. Yes. Hadron spat into the mud. Good. I am tired of being polite. Edrak tapped his brass rod once against the ground. Anger is a feast smell. Do not cook what you cannot eat. He came from the fields wearing mountain air. And if he is bait, then we cut the line. The stranger listened as if our words were insects passing near his ear. He did not raise the scythe. He did not plead for entry. He did not name himself, threaten us, bless us, curse us, or explain why he had walked out of the poisoned lower fog like an omen with hands. He only waited. That made us hate him more. At last, Edrak stepped forward, though not beyond the gate. What are you? The stranger's voice came across the ditch like stone dragged over iron. Alive. It was not an answer. It was not a boast. It was a fact. Varug lifted his spear. Not for long, if you come closer. The stranger looked at the broken gate. Your hinge brace is weak. No one spoke. He moved then. Hadron raised his axe. Varug shouted for the line to hold. But the stranger did not come at us. He walked to the side of the gate, set the scythe against the ditch stones, and put both hands beneath a fallen support beam. None of us had managed to shift since the raid. 4 men had tried. 6 had failed. The wood had sunk deep into the mud, swollen with damp, wedged beneath shattered stone. The stranger lifted it. Mud tore loose with a wet groan. The beam rose in his hands. Men stepped back. Someone whispered a ward. Alt's hammer lowered without his permission. The stranger carried the beam to the gate and set it against the brace, then examined the split hinge, as if the weapons pointed at his back meant nothing. That was how he entered Gravemire. Not by begging, not by conquest, by working. For the rest of that day, he hauled timber from the ditch and stacked it where Alt could cut it. He dragged stones from the eastern collapse. He dug a new runoff channel through clay that broke ordinary men's spades. He lifted the dead, millstone that had crushed the Revenant's skull, and rolled it alone to reinforce the gate's inner foot. When a wagon axle snapped under a load of charcoal, he raised the wagon while 2 boys changed the wheel with shaking hands. He did not ask for food. He did not ask for water. He did not ask where to sleep. When night came, Hadron wanted him driven out. Varug wanted him bound. Alt wanted him watched and used. Edrak wanted no decision made until morning, because night decisions belong too easily to fear. The stranger sat beneath the broken gate with his scythe across his knees. The fog gathered around him and seemed reluctant to touch him. I watched from the ash yard with my hood pulled low. Fear was the first thing. Fear always came first on Barbarus, if a man had sense. But fear was not alone. There was resentment in me too, hot and childish and shameful. He had come after the reaping, after the cages, after the empty huts, after the children clawed ash from their mouths. He had come when help meant less than it might have. He had come carrying strength enough to lift beams and kill perhaps any man in Gravemire, and I hated him for not having been there sooner. That is the greed of the weak. We curse saviors for arriving late, even when no one summoned them. The next morning, he worked again. By midday, the village had grown used to staring. Children peered from doorways until their mothers slapped them back. Men muttered behind masks. Women watched with knives in their hands. Hadron followed him openly, never more than a few paces away, axe ready. The stranger ignored him until Hadron spoke. "Do you bleed?" The stranger did not stop digging. Hadron stepped closer. "I asked you a question." The stranger drove the spade into the mud and looked down at him. It was like watching a tower notice a knife. "Yes," he said. "Red?" A long silence. "Dark enough." Hadron smiled without pleasure. That does not comfort me. It was not meant to. Hadron's hand tightened on the axe. You smell of the heights. I came from them. Then you are theirs. The stranger's black eyes changed, not widened, not narrowed, nothing so human, but something beneath them moved, like a furnace door opening on darkness. No, he said. The word made every nearby villager still. Edrak approached before Hadron could press the matter into blood. The grave priest stood before the stranger, small in his stitched funeral coat, and lifted the brass rod between them. Name yourself, Edrak said. The stranger looked at the rod, then at the mask, then toward the mountains. For a moment, I thought he would refuse us even that. Then he said, Mortarion. It did not sound spoken, it sounded delivered. A burden set down before us with no care whether we could lift it. Mortarion. The name moved through the village faster than any order. By dusk, every mouth had shaped it. Some whispered it like a curse, some like a warning. A few, the desperate few, like the beginning of a prayer. Hadron heard that and struck a man for it. No prayers, he said. Not to mountains, not to strangers. The attack came before full dark. The fog beast had hunted the lower fields before. I knew it by the scars it had left in our livestock and by the way the dogs went silent before it appeared. It was not one of the great horrors from the manses, not a flesh hulk or winged carrion thing. It was lesser, which meant only that it killed singly instead of by the cartload. Long-bodied, low to the ground, with too many joints in its forelegs and a head like a skinned horse. Bone plates grew along its spine. Its mouth opened sideways as well as down, splitting the face into 4 wet petals lined with needle teeth. It breathed white vapor and moved with the confidence of a thing accustomed to men running. Men did run. The western field line broke the moment it came out of the mist. 2 boys dropped their baskets and fled. A woman with a pitchfork slipped, tried to rise, and froze when the beast turned its blind head toward her. It did not have eyes. It did not need them. Its nostril slits opened along its neck, tasting heat and fear. I was near the water channel when it charged. The beast crossed the field in a blur of pale muscle and mud. It struck the woman before anyone reached her. Its mouth opened around her shoulder and half her chest. She made a short, surprised sound. Not a scream. A sound of insulted disbelief. Then the teeth closed and red soaked the furrows. Varug shouted for hooks. Hadron ran from the gate. Alt grabbed a fire jar. Mortarion reached it first. He had been lifting stones near the south ditch. One moment he was there. The next he was moving through the field with the scythe in both hands, not running like a man fleeing fear, but advancing like an executioner already bored with the sentence. The fog beast turned from the woman's body and lunged. Mortarion stepped inside the charge. I had seen men fight beasts. It was always noise and panic. Spears thrust too early. Hooks missed. Men screamed to make themselves large. The beast chose one and broke him, and everyone else learned again how small we were. Mortarion made no sound. The scythe blade came down and took one of the beast's forelegs at the upper joint. Not hacked, removed. The limb spun away trailing ropes of black blood. The beast collapsed forward, momentum ploughing its head through the mud. Mortarion turned with it, haft sliding through his hands, and drove the butt into the creature's throat hard enough to pin it. Its mouth split open, 4 ways, shrieking vapor. The sound burst through my teeth. Men fell back with hands over their ears. One of the boys vomited blood. The beast thrashed, claws gouging furrows, spine plates rattling like grave charms. Mortarion lifted the scythe again. The second blow opened it from neck to belly, Not a wild cut, not rage. He split it as Alt split iron along a heated seam. Wet heat spilled out in coils. Organs slapped into the mud, steaming green. Parasites writhed in the wound, pale finger-length things with human-looking teeth. The beast tried to rise on its remaining foreleg. Mortarion planted one foot on its neck and cut again. The head came free. The body thrashed for several breaths after, painting the field with filth. Mortarion watched until it stopped. Then he looked at us, and there was no triumph in him. "Burn it," he said. No one moved. His voice hardened. "Now, before you breathe near it." That broke us loose. Pitch came. Fire came. Men with hooks dragged the pieces together while women wrapped cloth around their faces and threw burning reeds into the opened belly. The parasites screamed as they cooked. The smoke turned blue and oily, hugging the ground. Mortarion stood in it too long, far too long. Any of us would have choked, blistered, died foaming behind the mask. He only watched the flames consume the remains. That evening, Gravemeyer did not know what to do with him. A monster had killed a monster. The old stories did not say whether that meant gratitude or deeper fear. Hadron chose fear because fear had kept him alive. He found Mortarion by the gate, where the stranger was sharpening the scythe with a stone taken from the marsh bed. Each stroke was slow, patient. The sound scraped along the inside of my skull. I stood close enough to hear, because I had not yet learned the wisdom of avoiding history when it wished to speak. "What do you want?" Hadron asked. Mortarion drew the stone along the blade. "Food, shelter, tribute, flesh." Hadron stepped nearer. "We know the hungers of things from above. Name yours." Mortarion did not look at him. "The mountains." Hadron laughed once. "You want the mountains? I want them dead." The sharpening stone stopped. For a moment, even the swamp seemed to listen. Hadron stared at him. "Mountains do not die." Mortarion looked up then. His face was pale in the fog glow, gaunt as famine, too young and too ancient at once. Their masters do. No one spoke. No one laughed. No one told him it was madness, though madness had a smell, and every one of us knew it. This was different. Worse. Madness raved. Madness burned itself bright. Mortarion spoke like a blade laid on a table. Hadron's voice lowered. "And you think we will help you? I think you are already dying for them." Mortarion's gaze moved across the village, over the repaired gate, the ash pits, the empty huts, the marked scars where doors had been. Die against them instead. It should have sounded cruel. It did sound cruel. That was why I believed it. Rescue was a word from songs no one sang anymore. Salvation was what liars promised before asking for your last clean breath. Mortarion offered neither. He did not say we would live. He did not say we would win. He did not say we were chosen, worthy, beloved, or protected by anything in the poisoned dark. He offered war. War was uglier than rescue. War was harder. War was something a starving man could understand. I looked toward the mountains. The high manses burned through the fog, pale and patient, as they had burned over every night of my life. I thought of the cages, the rib glyph, the voices wearing our dead. I thought of the child with no eyes disappearing into the ash pit. I thought of Sella Grun's blisters. I thought of Hadron's axe splitting her father's skull because grief had made him useful to the enemy. Then I looked at Mortarion. He was not Hope. Hope was too soft a thing to wear such a face. He was hatred given discipline. He rose, scythe in hand, and turned his black eyes toward the high fog. "You have lived beneath them long enough," he said. The words did not free us. They armed us. Mortarion did not teach us to be brave. That was the first lie Gravemire told itself after he came. Men and women repeated it over water kettles and forge smoke, not because they believed it, but because lies sometimes made useful splints for broken minds. They said the Pale One had brought courage down from the high fog. They said his shadow made the weak stand straighter. They said his scythe had cut fear from the village as cleanly as it had opened the fog beast in the field. They were wrong. Fear remained. Fear woke with us. Fear ate with us. Fear slept under our pallets and breathed through the cracks in our shutters. Mortarion did not kill it. He taught us to make it obey. The first morning of training began before the corpse bell. That alone made men mutter. There was a proper order to misery in Gravemire, and Mortarion broke it without apology. He struck the gate beam with the haft of his scythe until the village crawled from sleep, coughing into musks, clutching knives, expecting fog things at the walls. Instead, they found him standing in the yard beneath a sky the colour of old lead. "Run," he said. No one moved. His black eyes passed over us, not judging, measuring. That was worse. Judgment still believed in souls. Measurement only wanted to know how much use remained in the meat. "Run the swamp line," he said. "Around the ditch, through the lower reeds, back before the corpse bell rings." Varugholt laughed once, because he had survived too much to fear sounding foolish. "Half of them will drop before the south bend." Mortarion looked at him. "Then half will learn where they fail. And if they die, then they were already dead. Barbarus had merely not finished counting." No speech followed. No promise that endurance would save us. No lie that the strong would protect the weak. He handed us soaked cloths and ordered us to bind them over our mouths beneath our filter cages. Wet cloth choked the breath. It made each inhale drag through resistance, each exhale come hot and panicked against the lips. It was madness. It was cruelty. It was also the shape of the high fog made small enough to train against. I joined because hunger had gnawed the fear of death down to a blunt little thing. That is not courage. Courage is a word used by people who have time to polish graves. I ran because standing still in Gravemire meant waiting for a hook or a sickness to choose me. Movement seemed less insulting. The swamp line broke us before the first turn. Mud took boots. Roots caught ankles. The soaked cloth drank our breath. Men who had survived reapings fell to their knees in the reeds, clawing at their masks, eyes rolling white behind smeared glass. Women cursed them and then dropped beside them. Boys tried to sprint and emptied themselves into the mud before the ditch posts were halfway behind us. The air had weight. The mist pressed wet fingers against the filters. My lungs laboured like bellows packed with ash. Mortarion ran with us. No, that is not true. He moved beside us, around us, ahead of us, behind us, always where weakness showed. His stride never changed. His breathing did not rasp. The cloth over his mouth remained untroubled, dark with damp, not foam or blood. When someone fell, he did not help them up. He stood over them until they rose or failed to rise. A boy named Rennick collapsed near the corpse reeds and tore the cloth from his mouth. Mortarion struck him with the butt of the scythe. Not hard enough to kill, hard enough to leave him, spitting teeth into the mud. "You breathe because the enemy allows it," Mortarion said. "Do not thank him by wasting air." Rennick tried to curse. Blood came instead. "Stand." The boy stood. I hated Mortarion for that. I hated Rennick for standing. I hated my own legs for carrying me onward. Hate became rhythm. Step, breath, pain. Step, breath, pain. Step, breath, pain. By the time we returned to the gate, the corpse bell had begun its low iron knock, and every living thing in me wanted to fall. Mortarion let us stand swaying in the yard. "Pain is information," he said. His voice had no strain in it. That made men look away. "It tells you where the flesh is weak. It tells you which breath was too deep. It tells you when the seal has failed, when the limb is torn, when the blood is leaving you. Listen to it. Do not worship it. Do not whine at it. Do not pretend it is injustice. Barbarus does not punish you. It reveals you." A woman named San spat red into the mud. "And weakness." Mortarion turned toward her. "Weakness is not sin," he said. "Weakness that kills the one beside you is sin. Weakness hidden from the line is treachery. Weakness offered to the enemy is tribute." His eyes moved across us. "Hatred is the same. Undisciplined hatred is noise. Noise draws hooks. Noise breaks formation. Noise spends blood without purchase. You hate the mountains. Good. Chain that hatred. Sharpen it. Feed it only when it bites where you command." That was the first lesson. More followed, each one uglier. We marched with stones tied to our backs until men pissed dark and women bled through their wrappings and kept walking because stopping earned no comfort. We learned to fight in masks until the lenses fogged, then to fight blind when the lenses were smeared with mud, then to fight deaf when Mortarion ordered Alt to beat hammer on iron until every command became a vibration through the bones. We learned to kill the dead twice, break the legs to stop the body, break the jaw to stop the biting, break the skull to stop whatever rode inside. If fire was near, burn. If fire was not near, mark the corpse and move on. A man who stopped to make death clean invited an unclean one into his back. Mortarion did not praise. Praise was food, and he starved us of it. When a hook team dragged down a hanging target in good order, he ordered them to do it again in mud. When shield bearers held formation beneath thrown stones, he made them hold while fire pots burst at their feet. When fire carriers burned a straw effigy without scattering, he asked how many breaths they had wasted shouting. No answer satisfied him unless it made the next attempt harder. Alt Cern's forge became the second heart of Gravemire. It beat at all hours, hammer and bellows, quench and curse. The old smith stopped making hinges, nails, plough bits and cooking hooks, except when survival demanded them. Now he made war. Not fine war. Not the clean war of void-born armies and gene-wrought killers we had no words for yet. Our war gear was ugly, heavy and honest. Hammered iron helms with slitted eye holes sealed by warped glass. Rebreather cages stuffed with charcoal, fungus fibre, ash wool and strips of treated moss. Shoulder plates beaten from plough metal and riveted to boiled leather. Greaves made from barrel hoops. Gauntlets reinforced with nail heads. Long polearms tipped with hooks wide enough to catch behind knees, wings, throats, and cage harness. "Drag them down," Mortarion told us. "The high ones build themselves tall because they believe height is rule. Teach them the ground." Alt built face guards that made us look less like villagers and more like things dug from a battlefield. The first time I wore one, the iron pressed against my brow until blood ran into my eye. Alt tightened the strap anyway. "A loose helm is a bowl," he said. "Enemy fills it with your skull." He laughed at that, but not because it was funny. We had forgotten the proper uses of laughter. The squads formed because Mortarion hated crowds. "A crowd dies inward," he said, after watching us stumble over each other in a drill. "A line dies forward. A squad kills." So we became smaller than the village and larger than ourselves. Shield bearers carried slabs of hide, timber and iron, locking together to make moving walls. Hookmen stood behind them, pulling enemies off balance or dragging the wounded back by belt and bone. Fire carriers bore pitch jars, lamp bundles, ember pots, and black cloth soaked in oil. Corpse burners followed with hatchets and lime, ending what still twitched. Fog runners moved light, carrying messages between groups when shouting would fail. Rebreather tenders carried spare filter plugs, sealing wax, cloth rolls, and little bone needles for clearing blocked vents with shaking hands. That became my place. I wanted a hook. I wanted a blade. I wanted something that let me imagine myself as vengeance in human shape. Mortarion looked at my hands, at the way I checked my filter before every drill, at the way I watched others cough. "You will tend breath," he said. "I can fight. Everyone can die holding iron." I stared at him through my smeared lenses. "I do not want to carry cloth while others kill." His shadow fell over me. "Then carry air and learn how many men beg for it." Hadron laughed when he heard. That stung more than Mortarion's dismissal. "Better than a spear," he said. "Spears make boys think they are warriors." "And what does a filter cage make me?" "Useful." I disliked useful. Useful was what we called bodies before burning them. Hadron remained unconvinced by all of it. He trained because refusing would have made him a fool, and Hadron hated foolishness more than he hated authority. But I saw him watching Mortarion, watching the way people straightened when the Pale One passed, watching the way old women who had once spat at all mountain things now left bowls of boiled root near the gate where Mortarion sometimes stood through the night. One evening, while we cleaned hooks beside the ash pit, Hadron said, "One tyrant can murder another and still leave chains." I scraped mud from a filter valve. "He has not asked us to kneel. No, he has taught us to stand where he points. That is not the same." Hadron looked at me. The fire behind him painted his scars red. "You hope it is not the same." I said nothing. He leaned closer. "Remember this, Cord. The mountains do not make monsters only in their manses. Sometimes they throw one down and let the valley name it salvation." I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell him that Mortarion had killed the fog beast, repaired the gate, taught us to hold lines, given shape to hatred that had been choking us since birth. I wanted to say that if he was a monster, then he was ours. I kept working. Private agreement is a coward's silence, but it is still agreement. Mortarion forbade glory jewels after Varug broke a man's collarbone for insulting his shield line. In the old days, that would have settled the matter. Blood on mud, pride fed, work resumed. Mortarion had both men dragged to the yard. "Why did you fight?" he asked. Varug spat. "He called my lines soft. The other man, Orel, could barely stand. His line broke in drill." "It did," Mortarion said. Varug's jaw tightened. "So he spoke truth," Mortarion continued, "and you answered truth with wasted strength." "He challenged my honor." Mortarion stepped close enough that Varug's anger curdled into stillness. "Honor is what men polish when their blades are clean. Are your enemies dead?" "No." "Are your walls whole?" "No." "Are your dead burned?" Varug looked away. "No." "Then you own no honor worth defending." No one breathed loudly. Mortarion looked at all of us. "There will be no glory duels, no blood spent to perfume vanity, no private wars while the high manses stand. The only acceptable victory is one that kills the enemy and leaves enough of you to kill again tomorrow." Varug lowered his head. Not in worship. Not yet. In calculation. The captured revenant came 3 days later. Fog runners found it tangled in the corpse reeds beyond the northern ditch, half buried in mud, still moving though both legs had been severed long before. It had crawled from somewhere higher, perhaps lost from a raiding party, perhaps sent to watch us. Bronze wire stitched its jaw. Rusted nails pinned human finger bones into its spine like a crest. One arm ended in a hook grafted through the wrist. The other dragged behind it, broken and black. They chained it to a post in the yard. It still wore the face of Bel Torgan. Bel had been taken in the reaping. He had repaired roof hides, whistled through his teeth, and once traded me a strip of dried eel for a shard of blue glass. I remembered his laugh because it had been too loud for Gravemire. Now his cheeks were collapsed, his eyes burned green, and his mouth worked behind wire as if chewing words into poison. Mortarion gathered us around the post. "Each of you will kill it," he said. Varug frowned. "It will only die once." Mortarion lifted the scythe and cut through the revenant's belly. Black fluid poured over the mud. The thing convulsed and continued straining against the chains. "No," he said. "It will teach until it stops moving." One by one, we stepped forward. Break a knee, crush a hand, cut the throat, spear the chest, hammer the ribs. It should have been easy. It was already dead. It was already ruined. It was enemy matter wearing a stolen face. Then my name came. I took the iron maul Alt had made from a broken mill pin. The handle was slick with other hands' sweat. The head was heavy enough to make my wrists ache. Beltorgan's dead eyes turned toward me. Behind the bronze wire, his mouth moved. No sound came. That was worse than speech. My mind gave him words, pleading, jesting, accusing, asking why I had let the cages take him, asking why I stood alive in the yard while his body had been made into a lesson. I raised them all. My arms locked. The yard watched. Masks, iron, glass, old eyes, young eyes. Hadron stood among them, unreadable. Edrak's black mask faced me without mercy. Alt wiped his hands on his apron. Varug muttered something I did not hear. Mortarion came to my side. "Look at it," he said. "I am." "No, you are looking at memory. Look at what mercy becomes on Barbarus." The revenant strained against its chain. The hook at its wrist scraped the post. Its opened belly steamed. Inside, things moved that were not organs. "He was taken," Mortarion said. "He was changed. He was sent back. Every hesitation is a gate unbarred. Every soft thought is a hand lifting the latch." My grip tightened. Kill what they made of him. I brought them all down. The first blow broke the jaw wire on one side of the face. The sound was wet iron and cracked pottery. The revenant jerked. Green light flared in the eyes. I screamed then, though I do not remember choosing to. I struck again. The skull split above the brow. Again. Teeth scattered. Again. The post shook. Again. Bone collapsed inward. Again. The face stopped being Bel's. Again. The green light went out. Again, though it was already done. Someone caught them all before I could strike the post itself apart. It was Mortarion. I turned and vomited into my mask. There was no dignity in it. Sour bile filled the filter cloth. I choked, clawing at the straps. Hadron stepped forward, but Mortarion was faster. He tore the mask loose and let the filth spill down my chest. I fell to my knees, coughing, retching, weeping without tears, because Barbarus had taken those for itself long ago. The yard remained silent. Mortarion crouched before me. Even crouched, he seemed taller than any standing man. "Remember the taste," he said. I spat bile and blood into the mud. His black eyes held mine. "Next time, do not waste it." That evening, I cleaned the mask until my hands shook. No one mocked me. That was not kindness. It was recognition. Every one of them had stood before the post and seen some shape of their own dead chained there. The last light thinned behind the high fog. The mountains appeared in fragments, black ridges and pale manse fires hanging above the valley like watching eyes. We were repairing the yard when the fog runners returned. There were 3 when they had left. 2 came back. The first collapsed at the gate, lungs rattling, filter cage cracked and packed with bloody moss. The second dragged him by the harness, one arm hanging useless from the shoulder. Both wore the grey-green stains of upper mist on their cloaks. Varug reached them first. "Speak." The standing runner tried. Nothing came but blood bubbles. Mortarion emerged from the yard shadow, scythe in hand, as if the report had called him by scent. The runner forced himself upright. His eyes found Mortarion and stayed there. "High path," he rasped. "North ridge. Lanterns in the fog." Hadron moved closer. "How many?" The runner swallowed. His throat clicked. "Dead. Hook beasts. Cage bearers. One tall lord in bronze. Not a reaping host." Mortarion's expression did not change. The runner's voice broke. "Tribute party." Around us, the village seemed to shrink. "They are descending," the man said. Slow, proud, expecting doors open, expecting knees, expecting meat. Mortarion looked toward the mountains. No one spoke. No one needed to. The lesson had ended. The test had begun. At last, Mortarion said, "Then we will disappoint them." We did not hide when the tribute host came down from the North Ridge. That was the first madness Mortarion gave us, and the first gift. Before him, Gravemire survived by making itself small. We doused lamps, sealed shutters, buried children in ash, clogged our own breath with rot from the corpse trench, and prayed without words that the high things would take the marked and leave the rest. We mistook being overlooked for survival. We mistook crawling for wisdom. We mistook the continuance of our misery for victory. Mortarion tore that out of us with the same cold patience he used to dig drainage ditches. "No doors barred," he told us. The village stared at him as if he had ordered us to cut our own throats and thank him for the blade. "No hidden children," he said. "No ash holes. No begging in the dark. No tribute." A woman whose son had vanished in the last reaping began to sob. Not loudly. Loud grief had been trained out of us by then. Her shoulders shook beneath her patched cloak while she clutched the boy's old mask to her chest. Mortarion looked at her and did not soften. I had begun to understand that he did not own softness, not in any form we would have recognized. "They come expecting obedience," he said. "They come expecting fear. Give them neither. Give them labor. Give them iron. Give them fire. Give them the ground beneath their feet, made treacherous by your hands." So we worked. All that day, and into the poisoned dusk, Gravemire became a trap with houses. The corpse trench was opened and deepened until its sides ran slick with black runoff. We filled it not to hide our scent this time, but to shape the killing ground. Animal carcasses were piled where the fog would hold thickest. Human remains too damaged to burn clean were dragged from the ash yard and laid beneath reed mats, their rot hidden until the right moment. Spoiled fat was smeared across false paths. Plague rags were tied to stakes. Old Cern called it filthcraft, and for the first time in my memory, the village laughed at one of his forge words. The laughter died quickly. It had no strength to live long. Spike pits went in beyond the left ditch, each one roofed with woven reeds and a skim of mud. The stakes were not elegant. Sharpened fence posts, split rafters, spears too rusted for hands but good enough for gravity. We daubed them with swamp toxin until the wood turned green-black and sweet-smelling. Oil channels were cut through the mud like veins, shallow enough to conceal, deep enough to carry flame. Deadfall logs were hung with rope made from braided hide and human hair. Hooked chains were strung low across the village approach, hidden under fog cloth, ready to jerk tight around legs, wheels, or whatever passed for either among the servants of the manses. The gate was rebuilt twice. The first gate, the visible gate, was false. Alt and his sons framed it from black timber and packed its belly with pitch jars, splinter scrap, rusted nails, and clay pots of lamp oil. It stood proud and foolish, inviting the enemy to break it. Behind it, set back through an angled lane of mud brick and shield planks, was the true barricade. Mortarion had designed it himself by drawing lines in the mud with the butt of his scythe. "They are strong," Varug Holt said, watching him. Mortarion did not look up. "Then let strength carry them where we want them. They are not men. All things with bodies obey force. And the ones without bodies." Mortarion's black eyes lifted then. "Burn the vessels and learn what remains. My squad was sent to the left ditch, where the fog would pool thickest when night came. I say squad because Mortarion had made us use the word until it stopped sounding stolen. We were not a crowd. We were not frightened villagers gathered by accident. We were breath tenders, shield bearers, hookmen, fire carriers, corpse burners. We were each part of an ugly machine built from hunger and instruction. I carried spare filter plugs, waxed cloth, bone needles, a little hammer for clearing clogged valves, and a cleaver with a handle too large for my hand. At my belt hung a toxin-stained knife wrapped in reed cord. The blade had been dipped in marsh poison thickened with blood and ash, the kind of mixture that killed slowly if the wound was small and quickly if the cut opened a vein. Hadron told me not to trust poison. "Trust your arm," he said. "My arm is thin." "Then trust where you put the blade." Beside me, Mara Vale carried 3 fire pots in a sling across her chest. Her husband had been taken in the last reaping. Her daughter had suffocated under the floor. She spoke rarely now. When she did, she asked only practical questions, most of them about how long a thing burned after pitch entered its lungs. Old Vane was dead, so his place in the line had gone to Rennick, the boy Mortarion had struck during the swamp run. His missing teeth made his words wet, but he stood straighter now. Pain had bent him first, then set him in a harder shape. He carried a hooked spear and a little shield made from barrel slats. Hadron commanded our ditch because Mortarion trusted him with traps, if not with faith. Hadron had spent the afternoon in the woods beyond the approach, cutting half through the trunks of 3 black swamp trees and rigging them with pull lines. They leaned now in the dark, wounded and waiting. Beyond them lay the north path, where the tribute host would descend. The fog thickened as the high bells began, not the frantic chorus of the last reaping. This was slower, ceremonial. Each note fell from the mountains with cruel leisure, as if the manses were not calling to war, but announcing a meal already prepared. The sound slid into the valley and settled in the bones. Men checked mask seals, women tightened straps. Children, not hidden this time, were gathered in the central yard under guard with water, knives and instructions to run messages if the fog runners died. That frightened me more than burying them. A hidden child may suffocate. A child given work must watch. Mortarion stood in the centre of the village approach, with his scythe grounded before him, both hands resting on the haft. No helm, no armour beyond patched hide and scavenged plate, no shield. He watched the fog beyond the false gate, as if the enemy were late to an appointment he did not intend to forgive. His presence steadied us, I hated that it did. Hadron's warnings still lived in me. One tyrant could kill another. One monster could descend from the mountain to make war on its kin. But when I looked at Mortarion, I saw a being less afraid of death than death was of him, and some weak animal part of me drew warmth from that cold. The first shapes entered the lower fog after nightfall. Stitched dead came ahead of the host, because the overlords spent corpses the way poor men spent breath. They walked in ragged files through the north path, heads lolling, jaws wired, limbs jointed wrong. Some wore the faces of Gravemires taken. Some had no faces, only stretched skin with holes punched for sight. Bronze nails pinned manse glyphs into their chests. Their hands carried cleavers, hooks, rusted blades, bone saws, and cage poles. We did not move. They crossed the first false path, following the stink trails we had laid for them. Their feet broke the reed covers over the spike pits. The first rank vanished with wet, snapping sounds. Stakes punched through thighs, bellies, throats. One revenant fell face first and rose again with a sharpened post through its mouth, the point jutting from the back of its skull like a crude horn. It kept crawling until a second dead thing stepped on it and drove the stake deeper. Still, we did not move. Behind them came crawling constructs, pale torso things that dragged themselves on elongated arms. Some had no lower bodies. Some had too many, legs sewn into dragging clusters behind them. Their ribs had been opened and bent outward like cages, holding little green lamps that pulsed with witchlight. They slid over the mud, tasting the air with tongues made from stitched fingers. Rennick began to whisper something to himself. Hadron touched the back of his head with a knife point. The whisper stopped. The corpse knights came last before the master. They were tall, taller than any man, though not as tall as Mortarion. Each wore rusted armor hammered into shapes too narrow for human bodies. Their helms were pointed and faceless. Their pauldrons were hung with strips of dried skin marked in old mountain script. Beneath the armor, dead flesh strained against seams and rivets, swelling where it had been packed with muscle from other bodies. They carried long blades and chain hooks and moved with the heavy certainty of things that had forgotten pain. The false gate stood before them. One corpse knight raised its blade. Mortarion's hand lifted. Alt pulled the first line. The false gate opened inward by a handspan, as if poorly barred. The host came on. The lead corpse knight struck the gate with its blade. The packed wood split. Pitch jars broke inside. The second blow shattered the frame. The third carried the corpse knight and a dozen revenants into the belly of the trap. Mara lit her firepot from the hooded ember at her feet. Hadron waited. More of them crowded in. The crawling constructs flowed through the breach, eager for warmth and blood. Stitched dead pushed behind them. Rusted armor scraped against timber. The false gate groaned, sagging around them, spilling oil beneath their feet. Mortarion closed his fist. Fire flew. Not one pot. Not panic. Not the waste of the last reaping. Firepots arced from both ditches at once, trailing sparks through the fog. They smashed against the false gate, the oil channels, the pitch-packed timber. The enemy bodies massed exactly where Mortarion had drawn them. The world became flame. The blast threw heat across the ditch hard enough to dry my lenses in an instant. Revenants burned standing. Crawling things writhed as the lamps in their opened ribs burst green. The corpse knight in the breach staggered, armor glowing dull red, strips of skin burning from its shoulders like banners. Men shouted, some in triumph, some in terror. The two sounds were closer kin than I had known. "Hold!" Hadron barked. The burning dead kept coming. That was when the first lesson of battle entered me through the gut and stayed there. Fire did not make war clean. Fire made the enemy bright enough to see as it killed you. A revenant crawled from the burning gate with both legs gone, trailing cooked intestines and pitch flame. It reached the ditch and fell in among us. Rennick stabbed it through the back. It climbed up the spear towards him, pulling itself hand over hand along the shaft, while its own flesh burned down to black string. I struck it with my cleaver because I was nearest. The blade sank into its neck and stuck. The head turned toward me, jaw wire glowing, mouth working open against molten bronze. Hadron's boot came down on the skull and crushed it into the mud. "Free your weapon," he snarled. I wrenched the cleaver loose with both hands. Bone fragments came with it. Then the fog swallowed the line. Orders vanished first. Mortarion had warned us they would. Sound broke apart in the white vapor and the screaming. Varug's voice was somewhere to the right, then behind us, then nowhere. Alt's hammer bell rang from the barricade, but I could not tell if it signaled hold or fall back. Men stabbed shapes that were already dead. Others thrust into empty fog and screamed when hooked chains came back with their hands still attached. Musks clogged with blood, vomit, soot, and fear spit. I crawled along the ditch line clearing valves, pressing waxed cloth over cracked filters, slapping hands away when the wounded tried to tear off their own masks for one clean breath. A shield bearer named Kadok took a hook through the cheek. It punched in below one lens and came out through the back of his hood. He dropped his shield to grab it. The line opened. A corpse knight's blade came through the gap and cut the man behind him from shoulder to hip. The body fell in 2 parts, each trying to go a different way. Kadok made a gurgling sound and reached for me. I pushed his shield back up instead of helping him. That saved Rennick. Maybe Mara. Maybe me. Kadok died staring at me with one eye and a hook through his face, and I learned that useful men are sometimes cruel because kindness takes too long. The left ditch began to fold. Hadron saw it. Of course he saw it. He saw weakness like a carrion bird sees heat rising from a wound. "Pull line!" he shouted. No one moved. The command fell into fog and panic. He seized me by the shoulder and spun me toward the trees beyond the ditch. "Pull!" I ran bent double through the muck, past a burning torso that clawed at my boot, past Mara hurling her last firepot into a knot of crawling constructs, past Rennick, screaming through bloody gums as he held his spear against something larger than himself. The pull line was slick in the mud, nearly invisible beneath reed matting. My hands found it. Hadron reached the second line. A third man, whose name I never knew because his face was gone by dawn, took the far cord. Hadron raised his knife. The corpse host pressed through the approach. Too many now, too close. Behind them, the north path remained open to the fog. More shapes moved within it. Hadron cut downward. We pulled. The wounded trees gave a sound like giants choking. One fell, then the second. The third twisted, hung for a heartbeat, then crashed down across the north path in a storm of branches, black leaves, and splintered wood. Deadfall logs followed, dragged loose by hidden weights. The rear of the host disappeared beneath collapsing timber. Revenants vanished under trunks. Corpse knights stumbled as branches pinned them. The path behind the enemy sealed in wood and flame as oilskins tied high in the trees burst on impact and caught from the burning gate. For the first time that night, the things from the mountain could not go back. Something laughed above the fog. It was not the wet, layered mockery of the revenant. It was clearer, colder, a noble laugh, if such a word can be dragged through enough filth to serve. The sound carried over fire, screams, and iron. Men faltered at the hearing of it. The lesser overlord rose from the white vapour on the far side of the false gate. He stood upon a litter borne by stitched giants, though when he stepped down, he seemed taller than any of them. His armour was bronze and black iron, fashioned in overlapping plates like the shell of some poisonous insect. It was etched with glyphs that hurt the eyes when stared at too long. His limbs were too long. His fingers ended in articulated talons. A cloak of human skin hung from his shoulders, each face stretched and preserved so that the dead seemed to scream silently with every movement. His head was narrow, crowned by a helm or skull grown into the shape of a horned mask. Pale vapour poured from the seams of his armour. Where it touched the mud, little worms surfaced and died. He looked at our burning trap, our mud walls, our shaking line, and laughed again. "Low things," he called, and his voice slid inside the ear like a needle. "You have built a little war." No one answered. His gaze found Mortarion. The laughter stopped. For a moment, the lesser overlord seemed uncertain. Then pride returned. Pride was the breath of the mountains. They could not live without it. "Run back to your valley cradle, pale whelp," the overlord said. "You wear stolen height poorly." Mortarion advanced alone, not running, not charging. He walked through the burning fog with the scythe in both hands, its blade low, its haft angled across his body. The stitched dead turned towards him. He ignored them. A corpse knight stepped into his path. The scythe rose and fell. The knight's helm split, then its chest, then the body beneath its armour slid apart in black ropes. Mortarion did not slow. The overlord lifted one taloned hand. The fog around him thickened, coiling into shapes like grasping fingers. Men near the front began to choke. One tore off his mask and vomited blood, then fell with his eyes boiling in their sockets. Another staggered backward, clawing at his throat as black veins climbed his neck. Mortarion kept walking. That was the signal. Not a shout, not a horn. His advance was the order. He drew the overlord's eye, and the rest of us moved because we had been beaten and starved and trained until movement followed meaning faster than thought. Hook lines cast from both flanks. The first missed. The second struck the overlord's thigh and skidded from bronze. The third caught behind a knee joint. The fourth looped around an ankle. Hadron's line wrapped the other leg. Men hauled. The overlord barely shifted. "Again!" Hadron roared. Shield bearers surged forward to anchor the lines. They died almost at once. One was lifted by a talon through the chest, his shield still strapped to his arm. The overlord split him open and flung the body aside, but the man's weight had bought the hook line a heartbeat. Another shield bearer threw himself under the overlord's foot, jamming his shield edge into the knee joint before being crushed flat enough that blood sprayed from the seams of his armour like water from a stomped bladder. Mara ran in with pitch. A winged thing dropped toward her. Rennick took it on his spear. The talons opened his scalp to the bone, but he held long enough for her to pass beneath. She hurled the pot into the overlord's face. It burst across the horned mask. Black oil spilled over eye slits and vents. The fire carrier behind her lit it. The overlord's head became a torch. He screamed then, not in pain alone, in outrage, as if the greater wound was that hands from the mud had dared to touch him. Mortarion reached him. The scythe struck the burning helm and tore one horn away. The second cut bit into the shoulder plate and lodged. The overlord hammered a taloned fist into Mortarion's ribs. I heard the impact across the field, a sound like a tree cracking in frost. Mortarion slid back half a step. Then he pulled the scythe free. We butchered the attendants while they fought. That is the truth of it. There was no honor in our part. We fell on the stitched giants bearing the litter. We hacked at hamstrings, ankles, wrists, bellies. We dragged down corpse knights already turned toward Mortarion. We jammed toxin knives into armor seams and smashed skulls with stone mauls. I killed a crawling construct by kneeling on its back and driving my cleaver into the lamp cage inside its ribs until green fire burst over my hands. The heat cooked the skin of my fingers beneath the gloves. I kept chopping because it kept moving. Hadron fought beside me with his axe in one hand and a hook in the other. He caught a revenant by the jaw wire, dragged it close, and buried the axe in its temple. Another climbed onto his back. I cut its arm off at the elbow. The severed hand stayed clamped to his harness, fingers twitching. Useful, he grunted. It was the only praise he ever gave me. The overlord staggered as the hook lines tightened again. Mortarion cut low this time, scythe blades sweeping behind the bronze greave. Something inside the knee parted. The overlord dropped. His talons raked Mortarion's chest, opening his cloak, drawing dark blood from pale flesh. Mortarion leaned into the wound rather than away from it and drove the haft into the overlord's throat. The horned mask jerked up. The scythe came around. Once, armor split. Twice, inhuman flesh opened beneath it, wet and grey and threaded with black veins. Thrice. The blade went deep enough that the overlord's torso folded around it. Mortarion wrenched the weapon free and struck again and again and again, not with fury, but with finality. Each blow removed some piece of the mountain's authority. A shoulder, a hand, a plate of armor, a section of ribs that were not ribs. The overlord tried to speak. Fire and black fluid poured from the helm. Mortarion stepped close, seized the broken horn, and pulled the head down to meet the rising blade. The skull came apart. A pale vapor burst from the ruin, filled with whispering faces. Mortarion plunged one hand into the escaping cloud and shoved the shattered head into the burning oil at his feet. The whispers became shrieks. The shrieks became steam. The steam became nothing. The remaining dead faltered. Some collapsed where they stood, strings cut. Others continued blindly, but without command their movements grew clumsy. We killed them in mud and fire. We broke skulls until arms failed. We burned what crawled. We dragged twitching bodies into the oil channels and lit them. When masks clogged, I cleared them. When hands shook too hard to hold weapons, I pressed blades back into them. When men asked if it was over, I told them no, even when I did not know. Especially then. Dawn found us still killing. The fog thinned by degrees, grudging and pale. The north path lay blocked by fallen trees and heaps of burned dead. The false gate was gone. The left ditch was a stew of ash, corpses, broken stakes, and pieces of men I had spoken to the day before. The true barricade still stood. Gravemere still stood. That was impossible. We gathered in the village approach because no one knew where else to be. Some leaned on weapons. Some sat in the mud and stared. Some searched the dead for family faces and prayed they would not find them. Edrak moved with his tally cord, tying knots until his fingers were black with blood. Old Cern knelt beside a shattered helm, turning it over in his hands, as if already thinking how to make the next one better. Mortarion stood over the corpse of the lesser overlord. He was wounded. I saw that clearly in the dawn. Cuts marked his chest and arms. Dark blood ran down his side. The fog had burned his skin in places, not deeply, but enough to prove he was not untouched by the world. That mattered to me. I do not know why. Perhaps because a god would have frightened me more than a bleeding monster. Hadron came to stand beside me. His breath rattled through his filter. The severed revenant hand still clung to his harness. He had forgotten it, or chosen not to notice. "They will come harder next time," he said. I looked at the blocked path. "There will be a next time." His cloudy eyes slid toward me. "There is always a next time." He was right. But for that one breath, that one thin and poisoned morning, something had changed. The tribute host had descended with cages and hooks and pride. It had come expecting open doors, lowered heads, and meat counted out by trembling hands. It had not returned to the mountain. No reaping force in living memory had failed to return. The villagers realized it slowly. You could see the understanding pass from face to face behind cracked lenses and blood-smeared masks. Not joy. Joy would have been too clean. Not hope either. Hope still felt like a trick. It was a harder thing, a crueler thing. The knowledge that the masters of the high fog could die in the mud, and that their dead flesh burned with the same stink as ours. Mortarion turned from the Overlord's corpse and looked toward the mountains. No one cheered. No one knelt. We stood among our dead, breathing through clogged filters, holding broken weapons, while the high manses burned pale and distant above the thinning fog. For the first time, they looked less like stars. For the first time, they looked like targets. Victory did not bring peace. Only fools and children believe a slain master leaves the world quieter. Barbarus taught otherwise. Kill a thing from the mountain, and the mountain notices the wound. It probes. It festers. It answers. The lesser overlord burned for 3 days. Not because his flesh was plentiful, though there was enough of it to blacken the mud for a season. Not because the fire was weak, though our pitch was watered and our charcoal damp. He burned because parts of him refused to admit death. The limbs twitched after the armor split. The talons clenched and opened in the flames, scraping the stones beneath the pyre as if trying to climb back into authority. When the head cracked, vapor seeped from the skull and whispered through the village in voices that were almost ours. Edrak ordered wax stuffed into the ears of the children. Mortarion ordered the head broken again. Alt Cern brought the forge hammer, its iron face still hot from the coals, and smashed the blackened skull until the bone gave way in chips and wet ash. Something inside shrieked without lungs. The sound bent men double. Maravale bit through her tongue. A boy named Rusk tore at his own eyes until Hadron held him down and pressed his face into the mud. The remains kept twitching. The dead servants were worse. Some burned clean enough. Most did not. The stitched corpses popped and curled in the fire, wires glowing red through cooked flesh. But even after the flames licked them down to blackened frames, fingers crawled through the ash. Crawling torsos with their opened rib cages cracked apart under heat and released little green lamps that rolled like eggs and pulsed in the soot. Varug Holt ordered them crushed beneath stones. One burst beneath a shield and sprayed pale fluid over 3 men. By dawn, their hands had swollen black inside their gloves. By night, their skin split in long, wet seams. Victory brought sickness. It crept from the battlefield into the huts, under doors and through mask seals, carried in smoke, blood, mud, and memory. Men who had stood firm at the ditch drowned in their sleep as their lungs filled with yellow froth. Women who had thrown firepots woke to find their fingernails floating loose in their bandages. Children coughed up strands of something that moved after leaving the mouth. The ash pits never cooled. Edrak's tally cord became useless, so he burned it and began cutting marks into his own staff. We had beaten a tribute host. Then we paid for the privilege. Mortarion did not let us mourn long. He let us burn. He let us count weapons. He let us scrape armor from enemy corpses and sort usable iron from cursed metal. He let the sick die where they could be watched and the infected be cut before they turned. He let fathers carry daughters to the ash, and daughters carry fathers, and wives stand beside pyres until their faces dried into something older than grief. But he did not let the village fold inward. Peace is what the high mancers call the time between feedings, he told us, standing in the centre yard while smoke dragged low around his pale form. You have never known peace. Do not pretend this quiet is sacred. No one answered him. We had learned not to waste air. He walked among us with the scythe held in one hand, its blade wrapped in stained cloth. Wounds still marked him from the battle, dark lines across his chest and shoulder where the Overlord had touched him. The cuts had closed badly, like cracks in old stone. That should have made him seem less terrible. It did not. A thing that bled and continued seemed worse than a thing untouched. You guarded your doors, he said. You guarded your dead. You guarded your breath. Now you will guard each other from all that death wears on this world. His black eyes moved across the gathered survivors. Farmers with broken hands, smiths with burned arms, mothers with knives, boys who had not yet grown into their helmets, old men with spears tied to the stumps of missing limbs. All of us stank of smoke, blood, rot, and boiled leather. All of us had lost enough to be dangerous. You are Death Guard, Mortarion said. The words landed heavier than the mountain bells. Not guards of life. We knew better than that. Life on Barbarus was a fever that had not yet decided where to burst. Death was the true ruler, changing masks, fog, hunger, plague, hook, wire, voice in the trees, hand beneath the bed, master in the manse, corpse in the ditch. To guard against death did not mean denying it. It meant learning its roads, closing some, turning others toward the enemy. Death Guard. The name felt like a sentence passed over us. Once spoken, it sealed a door behind every soul in the yard. No one could return to being only a farmer, corpse hauler, smith, or water boiler. Alt could still hammer plough metal, but his iron now dreamed of war. Edrak could still count the dead, but his tallies had become strategy. I could still drag corpses, but now I did it to deny the enemy bodies, not merely to keep the village clean. Hadron stood beside me, arms folded, face hidden behind a repaired mask. Names are hooks, he muttered. I looked at him. Then why does this one feel like armor? Because you want it to. He was right. I hated that. I wanted the name to matter. I wanted it to make the dead useful, the losses bearable, the fear obedient. I wanted to be more than meat waiting beneath a bell. Mortarion gave us the name, and Alt gave us the shape. The forge burned without rest. Alt stripped hinges from abandoned huts, melted spearheads too warped to trust, flattened ploughshares, cut plates from cooking vats, and cursed every piece of iron that split beneath the hammer. His sons, the ones who remained, worked the bellows until their palms blistered and tore. Women stitched leather seals boiled in resin, fat, and bitter fungus sap. Children sorted charcoal by grain size because coarse charcoal drew breath too fast and fine charcoal clogged under panic. Our armor grew heavier, layered scrap plate over the shoulders, boiled hide beneath the arms, iron collars to protect the throat from hooks, helmets beaten closer to the skull, with glass eye slits fixed in place by black sealant that stank of tar and rendered fat. Filter canisters were no longer little cages tied over cloth. Alt built them as iron snouts packed with charcoal, ash wool, dried fungus fibre, and powdered bone. Some had valves made from scavenged hinges. Some had mouth reeds for clearing spit without breaking the seal. Most leaked. Everything leaked on Barbarus. Survival was the art of leaking slowly. Then came the air bladders. They were obscene things and precious. Treated animal gut, scraped thin, layered, smoked, and painted with resin until they held breath longer than a frightened man. Strapped to the back under a cage of wood and iron, they fed through a hose into the rebreather for short pushes through thicker fog. They stank even when clean. When punctured, they deflated with a wet sigh like a dying lung. I carried 3 in my harness when I went out as a breath tender. Hadron laughed when he saw me bent under the weight. "You look pregnant with dead cattle. You will beg one of these dead cattle for air before winter. Then charge me a fair price. Your left eye. It sees poorly." Then both ears. He nodded as if considering. "Done. I have heard enough fools to last." That was how we spoke by then. Not kindly. Kindness had no armour. We bartered insults because they weighed less than fear. The raids began before our wounds had fully sealed. Mortarion would not let the enemy gather. That became his doctrine, though we did not yet have such a word. He drew paths in the mud with the scythe haft, and marked the lower fog routes with stones, bones, and bits of broken manse armour. The tribute hosts descended by habit. Corpse caravans crossed certain ridges. Supply beasts grazed in fungus hollows beneath the lower heights. Lesser necromancers, pale servants of the manses, travelled between workshops and outposts with their attendants and chained dead. "Do not wait beneath their strength," Mortarion said. "Take the hands before they close into a fist." He forbade uphill assaults unless the enemy had already been weakened. "If you climb into their breath, you gift them your lungs, poison their roots, destroy their servants, deny them bodies, burn their vats, break their bridges, make the mountain feed on itself before you ask men to climb it." So we became raiders. Not heroes, not liberators, not yet. We were mud-stained killers with bad lungs and crude armour, moving through the lower fog in small squads, striking where the high things were thin. We cut the legs from supply beasts and burned them before handlers could salvage the meat. We rolled stones onto corpse caravans and crushed the stitched dead beneath their own cages. We filled manse wells with ash, rot, and toxin weed. We dragged fallen enemies away from battle sites and burned them until not enough remained for their masters to reclaim. I learned that war was not only the moment of killing. War was preparation and filth. It was carrying oil in sealed jars without dropping them. It was counting filter plugs in darkness. It was keeping men from drinking bad water because thirst made idiots of veterans. It was cutting throats quietly and then spending an hour hiding the bodies in a bog so their absence caused confusion instead of alarm. It was choosing not to save a wounded enemy because his screams would draw others into a trap. Mortarion approved of such things. That frightened some of us. It comforted me. The corpse workshop lay beneath a ridge of black stone shaped like a broken jaw. We found it by following a caravan of bone sledges through the lower fog. The sledges were pulled by blind beasts with stitched mouths and iron hooks through their shoulders. On the sledges lay bodies, some fresh, some old, some not whole enough for either word. Hands in baskets, heads in nets, torsos stacked like butchered peat. The servants guiding them wore long leather masks and bronze collars. Not overlords, not true masters, Human perhaps, or near enough once. Overseers. Men who had eaten obedience until it changed the shape of their souls. Mortarion watched them from a ridge hollow with Hadron, Varug, Mara, and 3 squads crouched behind him. "We take the workshop," he said. Varug looked through the fog at the stone arch below. Green light pulsed beyond it. "How many inside?" "Enough. That is not a number. It is a warning." Hadron shifted his grip on his axe. "Kill overseers first?" "Kill silence first," Mortarion said. He pointed with the scythe. We understood when we looked harder. Bells hung beneath the arch, little ones made from skull caps and bronze tongues. Alarm bells, voice bells, things that would call the ridge awake if struck. Fog runners went ahead on their bellies, knives between their teeth. One did not return. The others did, dragging the alarm cords cut clean and wet with their own blood. Then we descended. The first overseer died without seeing us. Hadron's hook caught his throat from behind and pulled him backward into Varug's knife. The second opened his mouth to shout and received Mara's firepot under the chin. It burst against his mask, and his head became a small, brief sun. He ran 3 steps before falling into the ditch. The blind beasts panicked. Mortarion cut their harnesses and let them bolt into the fog, dragging empty chains and confusion behind them. We entered through the arch. Inside was industry. That is what broke something in me, not the bodies. I had seen bodies, not blood. Barbarus was written in blood. It was the order of it, the method, the benches arranged by task, the hooks labelled with strips of skin, the draining troughs angled toward vats, the bone saws hung by size, the shelves of eyes floating in cloudy jars, the hands sorted left from right, the lungs inflated on reed frames to test whether they still held air, the heads stacked on a rack with their mouths wired shut, waiting to be given new work. Humans were being dismantled and remade. Some were dead. Some were not allowed that kindness. A woman lay opened from throat to belly on a stone slab, ribs held apart by bronze clamps, eyes awake above a gag. Tubes ran from her veins into a green glass vessel where her blood bubbled and darkened. Beside her, a child's legs had been sewn to the shoulders of a crawling thing to give it faster purchase in mud. The legs kicked weakly when the thing sensed us. Rennick made a sound through his mask. Varug struck him in the chest. "Breathe later." An overseer came at me with a curved saw. He wore an apron of stitched faces and gloves made from human skin. I saw my own reflection in the glass lenses of his mask, small and hunched and shaking. He swung at my head. I ducked because fear bent me faster than thought. The saw took a strip from my helmet. I drove my cleaver into his thigh. He did not fall. I remembered Hadron's lesson and cut behind the knee. He dropped then. I climbed onto his back and hammered the cleaver into his neck until the spine gave. His blood was red. That offended me. I wanted it black. Green. Anything but human. Hadron moved through the workshop without haste. That was how I knew something had gone wrong inside him. He was never wasteful, never wild. But his silence had changed. It had become a sealed door with fire behind it. He stopped before a hanging frame near the rear vats. The thing on the frame had no skin below the neck. Its ribs were reinforced with strips of bronze. One arm had been removed and replaced with a bundle of cutting hooks. Its legs were fused together inside an iron sheath that would perhaps have been fitted to some crawling engine. The face remained. I did not know it. Hadron did. He lifted one hand and wiped blood from the thing's brow with his thumb, almost gently. "Rel," he said. His brother. Not oath brother, blood brother. taken years before I had been old enough to carry a corpse hook. Hadron had told me once that Rel died in the fog. He had said it flatly, with no story around it. Now I understood. In Gravemire, saying taken was sometimes harder than saying dead. The thing on the frame opened its eyes. No green witch light. Not yet. Human eyes. Ruined by pain, clouded by drugs, but human. They found Hadron and widened. The mouth tried to form a word. The jaw had been wired partly shut. Hadron pressed his forehead to his brother's. Neither of them made a sound. Then Hadron slid his knife under the ear and cut deep. Rel died quickly. Hadron knew where to put a blade. An overseer rose from behind the vats with a hooked prod. Hadron turned. What followed was not rage as I had known it. Rage shouted. Rage flailed. Rage spent itself. Hadron's fury had no voice. He crossed the room and broke the overseer's wrist with the axe haft, then opened his belly with the hook and caught the falling intestines around his forearm. The overseer looked down, as if surprised to discover he had an inside. Hadron pulled him close and cut his throat slowly enough to make him understand. Another overseer ran. Hadron threw the axe. It struck between the shoulders and drove the man face first into a table of severed hands. Hadron retrieved it, placed one boot on the overseer's back, and chopped until the body stopped having a shape that could flee. He killed every captive overseer he found, not the prisoners. The prisoners he ended cleanly if they could not be moved, not the stitched dead. Those he left to the corpse burners, only overseers. Every leather-masked servant, every man-shaped thing that had chosen to learn the craft of the mancies and use human breath as material. When it was done, his arms were red to the elbow, and he had not spoken again. I began to understand Mortarian's coldness in that workshop. Not forgive it, not love it, understand it. Emotion was fire. Released too early, it lit the wrong room. Hadron had kept his sealed until he stood before the thing wearing his brother's face. Then he opened the door and used every flame on what deserved burning. Had he broken sooner, he would have died in the arch, or in the ditch, or at the first table of opened bodies. Mortarian had been teaching us not to feel less, but to spend feeling with purpose. That was worse than numbness. Numb men can wake. Purposeful hatred does not sleep. We burned the corpse workshop before withdrawing, not with haste. Mortarian walked from chamber to chamber, ordering what must be taken, what must be destroyed, what must be denied. Tools we could use were wrapped. Charcoal stores were seized. Bronze wire was melted. Vats were cracked. The half-made dead were decapitated and burned separately from the living remains. Edrak spoke no rights. He only counted until his voice failed. At the rear of the workshop, behind a curtain made from stitched tongues, Mara found the map. She thought at first it was a hide apron stretched on a frame. Then she saw the markings. Ridges, paths, manse glyphs, fogwells, bridge spans, tribute roads, corpse pits, watchposts, drawn in brown, black, green, and something pale that glimmered when breath touched it. The hide had a face at one corner, a human face, flattened and cured thin, the eyes sewn shut. The mouth had been stretched into the lower border. Whoever had made the map had used an entire skin, peeled carefully, treated, and marked with the geography of our bondage. Varug stared at it. Mountain routes. Alt, who had come with the salvage team, leaned closer. His lenses fogged. Lower keeps, supply paths, workshops. Look there. That mark is a bridge. That one a smoke vent. This is not decoration. Hadron stood behind us, silent, blood drying black on his armor. Mortarion reached out and touched the map with one pale finger. His nail rested on a cluster of glyphs higher than any path Gravemire had ever dared name. "Several Mancers," he said. No triumph entered his voice, no surprise, only confirmation. Behind us, the workshop burned. Smoke crawled across the ceiling, dragging the stink of cooked flesh and ruined industry. The dead popped in the flames. Somewhere in the fog beyond the arch, the blind beasts wailed as if they understood their masters had lost more than meat. I looked at the map of stretched human skin and felt the world become larger, not kinder, only larger. Until that moment, the mountains had been a wall, a curse, a direction from which death descended. Now they were paths, bridges, vents, keeps, roads, weaknesses, places with names, places that could be reached, places that could burn. Mortarion looked at us, at the Death Guard gathered in the green light of the dying vats. "Take it down," he said, and for the first time since I had learned the names of poisons, I believed the mountains could bleed. Hope did not spread through the valleys of Barbarus. Hope was too clean a word for what moved from Gravemire after the tribute host burned. Hope was a thing for worlds with clear skies, for children who learned the names of stars, for men who could bury their dead and trust the grave to remain closed. What spread from us was uglier and stronger. It was the knowledge that obedience had become more frightening than defiance. That knowledge travelled on limping feet. It came to other settlements through fog runners with cracked masks and bleeding lungs, through traders who no longer traded only sourroot and charcoal, through widows who carried the broken helms of men slain at our ditch, through children who had watched the high dead burn and could not be made silent afterward. They came to Gravemire in small groups at first. 3 from Mire Hollow, wearing reed masks and carrying fishhooks as weapons. A family from Blackfen with a cart full of charcoal and a dead grandmother tied beneath it because they had not dared leave her behind for the corpse gatherers. Then 20 from Gallows Reed, hollow-eyed and half-starved, bearing the skin tags of their marked doors as proof that the Mances had chosen them next. They did not come smiling. They did not come singing. Some came because they had nothing left to lose. Some came because their own reaping bells had begun to ring more often. Some came because rumours said a pale giant in the valley had slain a lord from the heights, and desperate people will walk through poison for a rumour sharp enough to cut a chain. Mortarion did not welcome them. That was not his way. He examined them as he examined weapons, stores, terrain, wounds. He asked who could climb, who could burn, who could make masks, who could count supplies, who could hold silence under pain, who could kill a loved one if the High Masters sent them back with wire in their flesh. Some answered too quickly. He sent those to carry timber until pride sweated out of them. Some could not answer at all. He gave them knives and put them beside Edrak among the dead. A man who could not speak after grief might still learn to cut a throat. The settlements became parts of a body before they understood they had joined one. The forge crews stayed near Gravemire, where Alt Cern cursed them into usefulness. They hammered scrap plate into shoulder guards, sealed helms with resin and boiled leather, bound filter canisters with wire, and made hooked polearms by the cartload. The mask makers worked in the old grain sheds, cutting glass, stitching straps, packing charcoal and fungus fibre into breath cages. The runners slept least and died fastest. They learned paths through low fog, carried orders under cloaks soaked in ash water, and memorized signals made from stones, bones, and dead birds hung from branches. The burners became their own breed of hateful soul. Maravale led many of them. They carried pitch jars, oil bladders, ember pots, and bundles of dry reed wrapped against damp. They spoke softly and watched everything in terms of how well it would burn. The corpse deniers followed behind every raid with axes, lime, hooks, and tar cloth. Their task was not glorious. They stripped our dead, broke the enemy dead, burned what could be burned, buried what could not, and ruined whatever remained, so the high mancies could not make soldiers from the battlefield. Then there were the assault cadres. That name came from Mortarion, though none of us understood whether he had learned it in the Heights or invented it to make us sound less like a mob. Assault cadres trained with shield locks, hook lines, cleavers, and mauls. They climbed with ropes until their hands split. They marched in masks until their lips turned blue. They learned to fall silently when killed in drills, because even death had discipline if Mortarion watched it. Hadran led a cadre from Gravemire. Varug Holt led another, mostly men and women who had once been too violent even for survival work. I remained a breath tender, though now I carried more than spare plugs and waxed cloth. My harness held bladder lines, valve needles, seal paste, bone hooks, folded reeds for emergency airway tubes, and a short cleaver sharpened on both sides. I had grown leaner, harder, not stronger in the way tales speak of strength, stronger like leather boiled too long and left to dry in smoke. We were Death Guard now. The name had stopped feeling strange. That frightened me more than the name itself. Our first true campaign began when Mortarion unrolled the skin map beneath a hooded lamp and placed stones over the lower mancies. They were not the great black fortresses of the peaks. Those still waited above us, drowned in killing vapor. These were the lesser houses, built above the worst of the valley fog, but below the cloud line where only monsters breathed freely. Fortress houses, Alt called them, though they were more like tumours grown from black cliffs. They clung to ridges on spines of stone. Their walls were iron, bone, and glassy slag. Their towers vented green vapour. Chains hung from their balconies, some ending in cages, others in hooks, others in shapes we did not name because naming required looking too long. The first target was Vulgeist Manse. It sat above a ravine where acid runoff poured from the high slopes into a channel of steaming stone. 3 tribute roads met beneath it. 2 corpse routes passed through its lower gates. The skin map marked a drainage culvert under the western wall, a bridge span over the ravine, and a series of vat chambers cut into the rock behind the main house. "Not a frontal assault," Varug said. Mortarion looked at him. "No." "Good. I enjoy living despite your efforts." A few men laughed. Quietly. Mortarion ignored it. He drew the plan in ash and blood on a hide stretched over a shield. Night. Climbing on the southern rock face with rope teams. Tunnel fires beneath the bridge supports. Contaminated bait left along the corpse road to draw hunting beasts away from the wall. A false retreat by one cadre to lure the outer guards down slope. Collapse the bridge after they crossed. Enter through the drainage culvert while the burners flooded the vat vents with smoke. Strike the corpse vats. Break command. Burn the remains. Withdraw before the upper fog shifted. "If the Manslord descends," Hadran said, "we die." Mortarion's black eyes settled on him. "Then ensure he descends already wounded." That was his answer to most impossibilities. Make them bleed first. We marched at dusk under covered lamps, 100 and more from 6 settlements, though no line of us looked like an army from the tales Idrak claimed existed before Barbarus forgot mercy. We looked like the world's refuse armed for murder. Iron snouts, glass eye slits, boiled leather, scrap plate, hook poles wrapped in cloth to stop them clinking, firepots cradled like infants, corpse axes, rope coils, air bladders strapped to backs like swollen organs. Mortarion moved at our head without lamp or guide. The fog bent around him. I had stopped wondering whether that was truth or fear making patterns in vapour. The climb killed 3 before the enemy saw us. 1 slipped when the rock under his boot dissolved beneath acid slime. He did not scream until he struck the lower stones, and by then his body had already broken too many ways to matter. Another tore his mask on a shard of slag glass and inhaled panic before I reached him. His lungs rejected Barbarus in a wet red flood. The third lost his grip while helping haul a fire bladder. He took the bladder with him. It burst below in a dull orange bloom, and the light forced us all flat against the cliff until the manse watch turned away. By the time we reached the culvert, my arms trembled so badly I could barely unclasp the valve kit from my belt. The culvert mouth was not large. Nothing built by the High Masters was made for human comfort, unless pain required it. Acidic runoff spilled through a channel carved into the stone, smoking where it touched our boots. The grate had been bone once, perhaps from some beast larger than a village hut, fused with bronze and green mineral growth. Olt's cutters worked without words. Each snip of wire sounded to me like thunder. Hadron crouched beside the opening. Breath tender, I moved to him. He tapped his hose line. If this fails, I will haunt you. If it fails, you will be too busy drowning. Then I will drown resentfully. I checked the seal at his jaw, tightened the strap, and pressed a spare plug into his palm. He looked at the culvert. You go behind me. I thought you wanted to live. I do. You carry my spare breath. Inside, the runoff came to our knees, then our thighs. It was warm. That was worse than cold. Cold pain made sense. Warm pain felt intimate. The acid ate through hide wrappings first, then found every scratch in the armour, every seam, every place Olt had cursed, but not sealed well enough. Men hissed and shook. One ahead of me lost his footing and slapped both hands into the channel. When he lifted them, the gloves came away in ribbons, and the skin beneath followed like wet parchment. He bit through his mask cloth to keep from screaming. We moved anyway. The culvert narrowed. We went bent double, then crawling, weapons dragged in cords behind us. The acidic water lapped against my chest. It found the lower edge of my mask and burned a line along my jaw. My left eye lens clouded from fumes. Someone behind me began to sob. Someone ahead whispered the old refusals. Hadron did neither. He crawled with the steady hatred of a man making himself into a blade because flesh had become inconvenient. The first fighter lost his sight where the tunnel rose near the inner wall. A drip from the ceiling struck his eye slit. The glass had cracked during the climb. The acid went through. He stiffened, hands clawing at the rock, and made a high, thin sound like steam escaping a kettle. I reached him, but there was nothing to fix. The eye beneath the lens had cooked white. The other was filled with blood from the strain of not screaming. Varric dragged him aside by the harness. Can he walk? He asked. The man nodded. Then he walks blind. And he did. One hand on the shoulder before. Him, head jerking at every sound, ruined eye steaming behind broken glass. That was how we entered Vulgeist Manse. Not with banners, not with drums. Through a drain, half blinded, skin peeling under our armour, coughing through charcoal and fury. Inside smelled worse than outside. That should have been impossible. The lower chamber was carved from black stone and lit by green lamps floating in glass bowls of thick fluid. Chains hung from the ceiling. Hooks held carcasses in different stages of usefulness. Some were animals, some were human. Some had been encouraged toward other shapes. The walls were decorated with trophies made not to boast of kills, but to demonstrate ownership of suffering. Faces stretched flat and lacquered. Hands arranged in fan patterns, spines braided into cords. Infants sealed in cloudy jars, their little mouths open as if still trying to breathe. Furniture waited in the receiving hall. Human furniture. Chairs made from pelvises and femurs, bound with bronze. A table held up by 4 kneeling torsos, each one preserved alive enough that the muscles quivered under weight. Lamps hung from rib cages with pale flame burning where hearts should have been. Along one wall stood instruments. First I thought them tools. Then I saw finger bones fitted as keys, ribs strung with gut, skull bowls stretched with skin. The wind from a vent moved through them and made music, soft, wet, almost beautiful. A prisoner hanging by the door opened his eyes. His mouth had been sewn wide around a brass horn. When he saw us, his body began to convulse. The horn gave a low moan. Alarm. Hadran crossed the space and cut his throat before the second note formed. The prisoner died looking grateful and horrified at once. Then all the horns began to moan. They were everywhere. Prisoners in wall niches, prisoners beneath grates, prisoners built into door frames with tubes running through their ribs and mouths, forced around brass throats, kept alive as alarms, kept afraid so the first sight of intruders would make their bodies sing warning into the manse. "Move!" Varug snarled. The raid became speed. Burners split from us and ran for the vents. Hookmen took the inner passage. Corpse deniers began killing alarm prisoners, not cruelly, not gently, simply because mercy and tactics had become the same motion. I followed Hadran's cadre toward the vat chambers, clearing mask valves as fumes thickened. The green light grew brighter. The floor sloped under us, slick with rendered fat and runoff. The corpse vats were larger than huts. They sat in rows, sunk into stone cradles, their surfaces bubbling under membranes of alchemical scum. Shapes moved beneath them, half-grown soldiers, not dead yet, not living in any clean sense, limbs pressed against the membranes. Faces emerged and vanished, hands scraped from inside, some human, some clawed, some fused together into paddles meant for crawling through mud. Tubes fed into the vats from racks of prisoners suspended above. Each captive drained slowly into the mixture below. Alt had given us cracking charges made from sealed clay, oil, powdered mineral, and spite. We set them along the vat seams. Mara moved among them like a priestess of arson, whispering burn points and fuse lengths. Hadran guarded her, axe ready. I knelt beside a dying man whose filter had clogged with green mucus and cleared it with a bone needle while he shook against me. The first charge burst too soon. A vat wall split. The thing inside came out unfinished and furious. It had 3 human heads, none fully awake, all screaming through one shared throat. Its skin sloughed from half-formed muscle. Arms unfolded from its sides in a wet fan. It tried to stand, but its legs were still soft cartilage and tore under its own weight. Mara threw pitch into its chest. Hadran hacked the heads apart. I crushed one hand beneath my boot and felt the fingers grip even after the bones broke. Then the other charges went. The vat chamber erupted. Green-black fluid sprayed across stone. Steam roared. Half-grown soldiers ruptured from their skins, blind and mad, turning not on us but on anything warm, anything moving, anything that smelled like the hands that had made them. Overseers poured from the upper galleries, masks shaped like long beaks, prods crackling with pale current. Their own creations reached them first. One overseer fell screaming into a split vat. The things inside dragged him under, in pieces. Another tried to command them with a bell rod. A half-formed giant caught him by the hips and pulled until his spine left his mouth in a red length. His bell rod rang once when it hit the floor. A crawling thing with a woman's face and 6 child arms scuttled over him, chewing through the mask to reach the tongue. We had not defeated the Vat soldiers. We had made them everybody's problem. Mortarion entered through the breach when the outer wall collapsed. I did not see him make the breach. I heard it. A deep, splitting thunder from the receiving hall, then the roar of poison wind rushing inward. Later, I learned the bridge had fallen and the outer guards had been crushed beneath their own retreat route. Later, I learned the burners had flooded the vents and forced the manse defenders down into the lower halls. In that moment, I knew only that the green murk parted and Mortarion came through it with his scythe rising and falling. The poison in that chamber killed men through sealed masks. 2 near me dropped without wounds, their bodies jerking as their lungs seized. My own breath became knives. I fumbled for an air bladder and pressed the line into Hadron's intake before his knees buckled. Mortarion walked through the same vapor bareheaded, skin slick with condensation, eyes black and pitiless. His scythe took an overseer across the chest and opened him from shoulder to groin. The return stroke cut the legs from a vat thing. He used the haft to crush a bell horn made from a prisoner's mouth, ending its moaning mid-note. No wasted movement, no flourish. He killed as if completing labour overdue. Then the Lord of Vulgeist Manse came down. The chamber darkened before he appeared. The green lamps dimmed, the vat fluid stilled. Even the half-grown things paused, heads turning toward the stare of black bone that coiled from the upper gallery. He descended slowly, wrapped in plated robes of bronze and grey flesh. He was not as large as the tribute lord, but he was older. I felt that in the ache behind my eyes. His body had been modified beyond shape. Thin arms folded over thin arms. A narrow helm fused to a long skull. Tubes ran from his back into floating glass organs that pulsed with stolen blood. Around him, symbols crawled in the air. Perhaps sorcery, perhaps science so foul it deserved the same hate. He looked at Mortarion and smiled with a mouth too wide. "Little highborn," he said. "Lost son, stolen breath. You cut your kin to impress mud." Mortarion stopped. The manse lord extended a hand. His fingers had too many joints. "You were raised above them. You know the truth of height. Rule is not cruelty. Rule is nature. The low breathe because the high permit it. Stand with us. Take your proper place. These creatures will love you until hunger teaches them betrayal." The words slid through the chamber. Men shifted. Not tempted, I think. Wounded. There was poison in hearing our own secret fear spoken aloud. That Mortarion was not ours. That he had come from above and might return to it. That we had only armed ourselves beneath a master who would one day remember his own kind. Mortarion looked at the Lord of Vulgeist Manse. "No," he said. The Manse Lord's smile faded. "I am not your kin," Mortarion said. The air screamed. The crawling symbols became blades of pale light. One passed through Mara's shoulder and peeled the armor open without touching the leather straps. Another cut a shield-bearer in half so cleanly his upper body slid from his hips before he understood death had arrived. A third struck Mortarion across the chest and burst into sparks against his flesh. Mortarion advanced. The Manse Lord raised all his hands. Vat fluid rose in ropes. Dead overseers jerked upright. Half-grown soldiers turned as if hooked by invisible chains. Mortarion kept walking. The scythe described a black arc and severed 3 grasping limbs. He ducked beneath a blade of light, took another across the shoulder, and drove forward through poison thick enough to brown the metal of his weapon. The Lord touched his chest with one hand. Mortarion caught the wrist. The bones broke in sequence. I heard them even through the chamber's roaring. The manslord shrieked. Mortarion pulled him close and head-butted the fused helm hard enough to split its brow. The floating organs behind him burst one by one as Hadron's hook line wrapped their tubes and Varug's cadre hauled them down. Stolen blood rained across the floor. The Lord staggered, suddenly less ancient, less impossible, more meat. Mortarion put the scythe blade under the lower ribs and lifted. The body opened upward. It was not a clean cut. Armor fought, flesh resisted, tubes snapped. The Lord's insides spilled in grey loops, threaded with bronze wire and little glass nodes that blinked like dying eyes. Mortarion tore the scythe free and struck again. Arms fell. Then the helm split. Then the long skull beneath it cracked open, spilling black fluid and pale worms onto the stone. The servants of the manse saw it. Those still alive. Those half-made. Those overseers not yet dragged under by their own work. They saw their lord butchered in the vat chamber by the pale one from the valleys, and something older than fear moved through them. Not surrender, collapse. Some fled into the smoke and were cut down. Some knelt and were killed where they knelt because Mortarion had no use for servants who had learned to love chains from the handle end. Some threw themselves into the vats. The half-grown things fed on them until the burners set the whole chamber alight. We left Volgeist Manse burning before dawn. The bridge was gone. The lower road was blocked with stone and bodies. The vat smoke crawled from broken vents in thick green coils. Prisoners who could walk were roped together and guided down the slope. Those who could not were given knives, water, or death, depending on what mercy they asked for and what strength we had left to grant. I stood outside the ruined manse with my mask cracked, my jaw burned raw, my gloves stiff with other people's blood. Below us, the valleys lay buried in fog. Gravemire was somewhere under that white sea. So were the other settlements, the ash yards, the corpse trenches, the water kettles, the doors where children had once been hidden to breathe through reeds. Above us, the mountains rose clearer than I had ever seen them. Not the lower ridges, not the manse we had burned. Higher, vast black slopes climbing into vapour the colour of old bone. Lights burned there, many lights, more than I had imagined. Towers and keeps and impossible houses, layered one above another, each one a wound in the world, each one watching the valleys with ancient hunger. For a few breaths, no one spoke. The lower victories had felt enormous while we were drowning inside them. The tribute host, the corpse workshop, Volgeist Manse. Each had seemed like a mountain cracked beneath our hands. Now, looking upward, I understood. We had not reached the heart of Barbarus. We had only cut the outer skin and mistaken the first blood for a mortal wound. The higher we climbed, the less Barbarus pretended men were meant to live upon it. In the valleys, death came with mud on its hands. It came as hunger, fever, hooks in the fog, voices wearing the dead, water that needed boiling twice and still punished the gut. It came close enough to smell human. It hid in huts and ditches and ash pits. It sat beside us at the kettles. We understood it because it had learned our language. Above the lower manses, death stopped speaking to us. It breathed. The air thinned first, though none of us had ever known clean air to measure it against. Breath became labour. Each inhale scraped. Each exhale felt stolen. The fog no longer rolled low and wet like valley mist. It hung in veils between the black stones, heavy with mineral poison, and pale spores that clung to armor seams like corpse dust. Where it touched bare skin, flesh tightened, split, then wept clear fluid before the blood came. Where it entered the lungs, men drowned without water. We learned the limits of human endurance by watching those limits break. A mask failed on the first ascent beyond Volgeist Manse. The man wearing it was named Doran, from Gallows Reed. Broad shoulders, quiet voice, hands made for hauling rope. The seal at his neck had been patched with resin over old leather, and perhaps Alt had cursed it too lightly, or perhaps Barbarus simply chose him. He was climbing ahead of me, one hand on the guide rope, the other holding his hook pole close against his chest. I heard the hiss before he did. Then he stopped. Not fell. Not screamed. Stopped. His hands went to his throat, his lenses clouded white from within. He took one enormous breath, the kind a drowning man takes when he sees the surface, and that was the breath that killed him. The fog entered through the torn seal. His back arched. He stood upright on the slope, trembling, while his lungs filled with whatever the high air carried. Blood came through the filter grill in a foaming sheet. I reached him too late. That became a phrase inside me. Too late. It had many faces. I clamped waxed cloth over the split and drove a bone needle through the leather to hold it. Doran's hands clawed at mine. His strength was terrible for a dying man. He dragged my fingers against the iron collar until the skin tore. Behind his glass eye slits, his eyes had gone cloudy, filmed by poison. He tried to speak. The sound inside the mask was wet bubbling. "Bladder!" Hadron snapped behind me. I jammed an air line into Doran's intake and squeezed the pressure bladder strapped to my chest. Treated gut collapsed under my hand, pushing a pocket of stored breath through the hose. His chest rose. For one heartbeat, I thought I had saved him. Then the blood in his mask turned yellow and thick. It surged through the filter with pieces in it, soft strands and clots that should never have passed a man's teeth. His lungs were coming apart, not bleeding, liquefying. The organs that had carried him from birth to that slope were dissolving inside his chest and pouring into the cage on his face. He fell against me, still standing for half a breath before his knees found the ground. Mortarion watched from above. "Move," he said. I looked up at him. Doran's hands were still gripping my wrists. "He is not dead." Mortarion's pale face was unreadable behind the drifting vapor. "He cannot fight. He cannot breathe. He cannot descend. Move." Hadron cut Doran's fingers from my sleeve, one by one, not with cruelty, but because they would not unclench.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
We left him sitting against the rock until the corpse deniers reached him. By then, the body still moved, twitching from nerve fire or from some lesser will trying to make use of the meat. I heard the fire catch behind us. I did not look back. We climbed. Mortarion drove us upward because the map of stretched skin had shown paths above the lower manses, and because every path taken from the High Masters pushed their harvest lines farther from the valleys. He did not do it for cruelty, though many called it that when their feet bled and their masks filled with red foam. He did not do it for glory. Glory meant nothing to him. He drove us because every ridge seized, every bridge burned, every fog vent sealed with stone, and corpse fat meant some village below might sleep one more night without bells. That was the shape of his mercy. It looked like a forced march through poison. Alt Cern tried to keep pace with the world's malice and failed by inches, which on Barbarus was almost victory. His new breathing rigs were heavier than armor and uglier than disease. Twin filter canisters hung from the chest, packed with charcoal, fungus fibre, ash wool, crushed bone, and little wafers of treated metal that turned green when spent. Metal hose collars locked around the throat with clamps tight enough to bruise. Helmets were sealed fully now, no cloth beneath, only hammered iron, thick glass slits, riveted plates, and resin seams that stank when the fog ate them. The pressure bladders grew larger, layered from treated animal gut and reinforced with mesh. Each one held a measure of cleaner valley air, though clean was a word we used out of desperation, not accuracy. They were strapped to our backs under cages of wood and wire. When full, they made men top-heavy. When pierced, they screamed like dying infants and left the wearer gasping. Then came the injectors. Alt hated them. Edrak hated them more. Mortarion allowed them. They were crude things, little bone and brass plungers filled with stimulant brewed from bitter root, adrenal glands taken from swamp beasts, and a clear fluid skimmed from the top of certain corpse vats before we burned them. One drove a spike through the thigh or arm, pressed the plunger, and felt the heart become a hammer trying to escape the ribs. A man could keep walking after poison exposure. He could swing a blade after his lungs began to fail. He could also die with both hearts he did not have trying to beat like one of Mortarion's impossible organs. We did not understand the bodies of demigods then. We knew only that ours broke when commanded too harshly. I became a rebreather bearer because I had hands that remembered seals, because I did not panic when blood filled a mask, and because Mortarion had decided usefulness was a chain I deserved. I carried spare canisters, valve needles, seal paste, leather patches, hose clamps, 2 pressure bladders beyond my own, and 3 injectors wrapped in oilcloth. I had a cleaver at my hip and a short hook on my back, but my true weapons were air and timing. That made me valuable. It made me hated. Men begged me in battle. That is a truth no tale would keep because it stinks of weakness, and men prefer their dead with straight backs. They begged when seals split. They begged when filters clogged. They begged when the fog entered and began teaching their lungs new shapes. They begged me for one breath, one line, one squeeze of the bladder, one more moment before the blackness. Some offered food they did not have. Some offered charms. Some cursed me when I passed them by because another man's mask was easier to save. Some died clawing at my harness, their fingers hooked around the hoses that meant life to someone else. After the 3rd ascent, Hadron found me cleaning blood from a valve with my knife tip. He crouched beside me, his own rig hissing softly beneath his helm. "You are learning command," he said. "I carry air. You choose who receives it." I scraped a clot from the valve mouth. That is not command. It is command without the comfort of distance. I looked at him then. His glass lenses reflected the little hooded lamp between us. Behind them, his eyes were dark and tired, even the clouded one. "I hate it," I said. "Good. Men who enjoy choosing should be killed before they gain followers." I almost laughed. It came out as a cough. Higher still, Hadron confronted Mortarion. It happened beneath a ledge of black stone where the fog fell from above in slow curtains. We had lost 7 that day, not in battle, in ascent. 1 slipped, 2 choked. 1 injected too much stimulant and ran screaming uphill until his heart burst inside him. 3 were burned because they had been exposed too long, and Mortarion would not risk their bodies being taken by the patrols that shadowed us. Hadron stood before him with his helm under one arm and his face exposed to air that made his old scars weep. "You spend us like ammunition," he said. The nearby Death Guard went silent. Even the forge crew stopped hammering pitons into stone. Mortarion looked down at him. "Put your helm on." Answer me. The fog is answer enough. Put your helm on. Hadron did not move. His lips were turning pale. They follow you because you tell them each death has purpose. Yes. And when it does not, Mortarian's black eyes hardened. Then I have failed. The admission struck harder than anger would have. Hadron seemed to hate him more for it. You think that absolves you? No. Then why drive us higher? Mortarian stepped close. The fog curled between them, white and poisonous. Because ammunition exists to be spent with purpose. Lives wasted in slavery are already spent. Lives spent breaking the chain may yet purchase something. For the dead. For those not yet born beneath hooks. Hadron's jaw flexed. Fine words for graves. Graves are honest. Chains are not. They stared at one another for a long breath. Then Hadron put his helm on. That was not surrender, not agreement. It was only survival taking precedence over argument. The high fog patrols struck before night. They came without bells, without laughter, without the ceremonial cruelty of a reaping host. These were not tribute gatherers. They were watchers and killers, things bred or built for the ridges where men could not breathe. The first sign was heat vanishing from the stones. Frost formed along the edge of my gauntlets despite the damp warmth inside my armor. The second sign was the silence of the corpse flies. Even that high, some followed us, fat little heralds of rot. They went still all at once. Mortarian raised one hand. We froze. No shouting, no questions. Squads locked into the pattern drilled into us until our bones resented it. Shield bearers down and forward, hook men behind, fire carriers low, breath tenders inside the line, corpse deniers at the rear. No pursuit, no mercy kills until the line was secure. Mortarian had beaten those laws into us, and now they held us together when fear wanted to scatter us across the stones. The pale hunting things came first. They flowed over the ridge on long limbs, skin stretched tight over rope muscle, heads split into heat pits and smell slits rather than eyes. Their mouths were vertical seams. Their hands had too many fingers, each ending in a black nail hooked for climbing armor. They moved by scent and warmth, heads twitching toward every leaking seal, every bleeding wound, every breath venting hot through a canister. One leapt at the shield line. It hit with enough force to drive 3 men back a step. Not more. The shields held. Hook poles stabbed over the top and caught its limbs. It shrieked without a mouth opening. Mara's burners poured pitch through the gap, and the thing became a thrashing torch. No one cheered. Cheering wasted air. Corpse knights followed through the burning fog, their rusted armor sealed better than ours, their dead flesh untroubled by poison. These were taller than the lower manse guards, built narrow for the ridge paths, helms beaked and smooth. Their blades were long, hooked at the tip, perfect for reaching over shields and dragging men into the open. One caught Bren of Blackfen under the arm and pulled him from formation. Bren did not scream until his hose line snapped. Then he made the sound of every breath he would never take. Hold, Varug growled. The line held. Winged golems descended last. Not the membrane carrion of the reaping. These were heavier things, built from bone spars, black iron, and stretched flesh plated with scales of lacquered skin. Their wings beat the fog into spirals. Each carried hooks beneath its ribs and cages where hearts should have been. They dropped stones first, then bodies. Dead rebels from settlements we had not reached, swollen with gas and stitched with glass charges. They burst among us in sprays of bone, acid, and infected meat. My world narrowed to hoses and hands. A shield bearer's left canister clogged. I ripped it free and locked a spare into place while his shield shook under corpse knight blows. Mara's collar seal bubbled where acid had struck. I slapped paste over it and held until it hardened, though her skin smoked beneath. Rennick took a splinter through his cheek lens and spat blood into the mask. I jammed a reed tube through the lower valve and cleared the clot before he could drown. Then Joran's mask split. He was from Mire Hollow, young, though youth was hard to measure when Barbarus aged every face with the same fist. He had carried my spare bladders on the march when my legs weakened. He had once given me half a strip of dried root without asking for trade. That is how I remember him now, which is a coward's way of making a man gentler after the world is finished with him. A winged golem's hook glanced off his helm and tore the front plate across the mouth grill. The crack opened like a smile. Fog went in. Joran turned towards me. Both hands rose, not to fight, but to beg. I reached him. I sealed the crack with cloth. It blackened under my fingers. I smeared paste over it. The paste bubbled and ran. I tore a spare line from my own harness and forced it into the intake. He inhaled. His chest convulsed. Inside the mask, his mouth filled with fluid so fast it sprayed across the inner glass. Red at first, then pink, then yellow-white, thick with strings of dissolved tissue. His lungs were not failing. They were becoming soup. He clawed at my wrists, not to hurt me, only to remain connected to the living. I could feel his nails through my gloves. "Hold him," I said. No one did. They were fighting. They were surviving. They were obeying orders. Joran slid to his knees. I kept pumping air because stopping felt like murder. Each squeeze of the bladder forced bubbles through the filth in his mask. His eyes rolled behind the glass. He saw me. I know he saw me. He tried to speak, and what came out through the split was a wet thread of his own lungs. Mortarian's shadow fell over us. "He is gone," he said. "He is moving. He is gone. I can seal it." No. The word cut cleaner than any blade. I looked up at him with hate so pure it steadied me. He carried my rig, and now he carries poison. Mortarian's gaze did not leave Joran. "Burn him." No. Mortarian leaned closer, and for the first time in days I saw anger in him. Not loud, not wild. A deep, controlled contempt for hesitation. "If the fog remakes him, you will kill him when he wears your pity as a weapon. Burn him now." Joran's hand tightened once around mine, then loosened. His body still moved. The limbs jerked. The jaw worked. The chest heaved around ruined lungs, drawing nothing useful. Mortarian turned away to the line, already trusting the order would be obeyed. I hated him for that. I hated him because he was right. I took Mara's fallen ember flask and broke it over Joran's chest. Pitch soaked into his harness, his cloak, the spare bladder I had not detached in time. I struck the flint with shaking hands. Once, twice. The spark caught. He burned sitting upright. For a moment, the motion of his body made it look as if he tried to rise. Hadron stepped beside me and put a hand on my shoulder. I do not know whether he meant to restrain me or keep me standing. The flames took Joran's mask first, filling the cracked grill with orange light. The fluid inside boiled. His hands curled. The smell entered my filters and stayed there for the rest of the climb. "Line secure," Varug called somewhere beyond the smoke. Only then did the corpse deniers move among the fallen. Only then did mercy resume, if mercy was the word for axes and fire. The patrol broke before Mortarian. I saw the end through gaps in the smoke. A corpse knight tried to meet him blade to scythe and lost both arms before the second exchange. A pale hunter leapt at his back. He caught it by the throat without turning and crushed its windpipe, if such things had windpipes, against the haft of his weapon. One of the winged golems lifted from the ridge with a cage full of severed heads beneath it. Mortarion's scythe flew from his hands, spinning end over end, and took the thing through the root of one wing. It crashed into the rocks below, breaking apart in a shower of bone and iron. No pursuit. That was the order. The wounded wanted revenge. The burners wanted to finish the fleeing shapes. Hadron himself took one step after a crawling survivor before stopping, his whole body shaking with restraint. Mortarion had taught us too well. The line came first, the wounded came second, the dead came last, unless they began to move, in which case they became the enemy. We reached the ridge at dawn, if the grey thinning of the fog deserved such a name. There were fewer of us. There were always fewer of us. Men say that in war, as if repetition dulls the arithmetic. It does not. Each absence had a weight. Doran, Joran, Sarn, little Rusk, who had been split by a falling corpse charge, and still apologised for dropping his hook. 3 from Blackfen whose names I never learned because they died before I had to clear their valves. A runner from Gallows Reed found with both legs frozen white, and his hands still gripping the message cord. We climbed the last stretch in silence. At the top, the fog opened. Not cleared. Barbarus never granted clarity. It opened the way a wound opens, showing deeper damage beneath. The ridge fell away before us, and beyond it rose the upper world. I had seen mountains all my life. I had seen their black shoulders above Gravemire, their pale lights in the fog, their manses burning like diseased stars. I had imagined them vast because fear makes everything large. I had not imagined enough. Above the ridge, the true heights of Barbarus climbed into poison cloud. Slopes of black stone, shining with acid runoff. Bridges made from bone and iron spanning ravines filled with vapour. Towers grown into cliffs. Keeps perched upon impossible spires. Chains large enough to anchor villages hanging between peaks. Pale fires burning behind walls of glass and skin. Roads where corpse caravans crawled like worms along a carcass. And above all of it, higher than the rest, beyond a veil of killing fog so dense it seemed almost solid, stood Nekare's domain. I knew it before anyone spoke the name. It was not a manse, not a fortress house. It was a throne of black architecture carved into the highest poison, a shape too vast and cruel for human hands, rising from the mountain as if the world itself had been forced to kneel and grow a crown from its wound. No clean line marked it. Towers leaned like bones. Windows glowed with a cold inner rot. Great vents exhaled white clouds that sank over the slopes below, feeding the world that had fed on us. Nekare, the highest lord. The father of the Pale One, though none of us dared say that aloud. Mortarion stood at the edge of the ridge, scythe in hand, fog streaming around him. For the first time, he looked small against what waited above. Not weak, never that. But measured against the full hatred of Barbarus, even he seemed like a blade held beneath an avalanche. Hadron came to stand beside me. His voice rasped through his rig. "Can men breathe there?" I looked at Nekare's black domain, unreachable in the killing fog. "No," I said. Mortarion heard us. He did not turn. "Then we will learn." Blacklung's keep squatted across the upper roots, like a diseased heart that had grown bones. We saw it first through a rent in the fog, after 4 days of climbing and 2 nights of sleeping in shifts, with our masks still sealed to our faces. It stood upon a shelf of black stone above a valley of vapour. Its lower walls fused into the mountain, as if the rock had tried to swallow it and sickened before the work was done. Towers rose from it like swollen fingers. Their tips vented pale smoke in slow pulses, each breath joining the poison banks below. Chains hung from the battlements, not as ornament, but as threat, and from the chains swung cages filled with old skeletons, fresh corpses, and things still moving too weakly to cry. We had named it long before we reached it, Black Lung's Keep. The settlements below had other names for it, all whispered, all spat after speaking. The House of Wet Breath, the Coughing Gate, the Lunglord's Nest. Its master was said to breed plagues in living prisoners, not by accident, not by hunger, but with craft. Men and women taken from the valleys were hung in warm chambers and fed vapours until their blood curdled into new diseases. Children were kept in glass cradles and made to breathe through tubes carrying measured poisons. The old were packed together in pits and left to rot beneath dripping alchemical dew, so their fevers could mate and birth stronger sickness. We had burned corpse workshops. We had broken lower manses. We had seen bodies remade into tools. Black Lung's Keep made disease into an army. Mortarion chose it because it controlled the upper roads. Every path toward the higher manses bent beneath its walls or passed through fog it vented. Every corpse caravan from the eastern ridges had to cross under its guns if the mangonels of bone and pressure pipes set into its battlements could be called guns. Every tribute host climbing toward Nekare's greater domain rested there, refilled there, dragged fresh bodies there. If Black Lung stood, our ascent would be a slow suicide. If it fell, the upper roots opened like a wound beneath the knife. So we prepared the largest assault Barbarus had seen in any memory that still had a living tongue to carry it. By then, the rebellion had become an army. I did not notice the change when it happened. No single dawn showed us transformed. We did not wake one morning with banners over us and discipline in our bones. We became an army by losing enough villagers that the survivors no longer looked back toward their old work. The farmers had forgotten how to stoop over furrows without also checking fog direction. The smiths made more helms than hinges. The corpse haulers marched behind fighting lines with lime, axes, and hooked stretchers. Children sorted filters and counted pitch jars with the solemn eyes of quartermasters. Women whose hands once knew grain, gutting knives, and fever cloth now checked fire lances and seal locks with a focus hard enough to cut. We no longer looked like villagers. We looked like walking graves. Our armour had thickened again. Alt Cern and the forge crews had sealed us in layered plates of scrap iron, plough metal, bronze taken from manse doors, and leather boiled until it lost the memory of being skin. Our helms locked to collars, our collars locked to chest rigs. Twin filter canisters hung over our ribs, and pressure bladders rode our backs in cages of wire. Some of the larger shield teams wore full sealed harness, jointed badly, heavy enough that 2 men had to help one fighter rise if he fell. They moved like rusted statues and breathed like old furnaces. For Black Lungs, Alt built artillery. He would have laughed if anyone called it that before the siege. Then he would have beaten the word into a better shape. The engines were pressure boilers scavenged from manse vats and lower ridge stills, dragged by teams of ropemen and sump oxen that coughed blood through their nose slits. We packed them with heated water, oil, and mineral charges until the pressure gauges trembled. Iron pipes, ugly and over-wide, were fixed to timber frames. When fired, they hurled canisters of burning pitch, acid ash, and shattered metal. Sometimes they hurled the canister. Sometimes they burst and killed their crews. Alt said both outcomes belonged to war. The fire lances were worse. Long tubes with pump bladders and ember mouths, carried by pairs, fed from oil tanks strapped to the backs of men too unlucky to be slow. They spat narrow streams of burning fuel that clung to armour and crawled under seals. Mara Vale trained their crews. She made them practice until their eyebrows burned away behind their masks and their hands blistered inside gloves. She told them fire was a living coward. It ran where it could and hid where it was sheltered. Their duty was to make it brave. Rolling mantlets were built from wet hides, timber, iron plates, and packed mud. Each stood taller than a man and broad enough to shelter a shield team. They rolled on wheels cut from blackwood trunks and banded with stolen bronze. Corpse denial pits were dug behind our lines, not for the enemy, but for us. Every fallen fighter was to be dragged there if possible, burned if time allowed, shattered if fire failed. Mortarion would not gift our dead to Black Lungs. He stood above the preparations in silence, pale and gaunt, scythe grounded beside him. Men moved faster when his shadow crossed them, not from love, from the terrible certainty that he saw every wasted motion. The morning of the siege came without bells. That was Mortarion's order. No drums, no horns, no banners, no painted hides, no charms hung high to flutter in the poison wind. Some settlement chiefs protested. They had lost sons for this war, and they wanted their dead remembered in colour and sound. Varug Holt told them remembrance was for after victory. Hadron told them banners only gave the enemy something to aim at. Mortarion said nothing until the arguing thinned. Then he said, "The enemy has fed on fear long enough. We will deny it spectacle." A woman from Gallows Reed asked, "How will they know we have come?" Mortarion looked toward Blacklung's keep. "They will learn by dying." So the siege began with silence. We advanced under fog and ashfall, the mantlets creaking, pressure boilers dragged behind us on sledges, fire lance crews hunched beneath oil tanks, shield teams moving in sealed files. No voices rose. Orders passed by hand sign, rope tug, and stone click. Even the wounded were told not to scream until the lines closed. It was a cruel command. It was also a necessary one. Black Lungs had listened to the valleys for generations. It knew panic. It knew pleading. It knew bells. It did not know a silent army climbing through poison to murder it. For a while, silence served us. Then the rain came. Acid rain on the lower slopes was painful. It smoked on cloth, pitted iron, burned open skin, spoiled food, and made the mud hiss. The rain at Black Lungs Keep had been bred in upper vents. It came down thick and warm, the colour of old urine, and where it touched our ladders, the wood softened. Rope frayed under it. Leather seals blistered. The mantlets steamed. Men hunched beneath shields, while the rain chewed at their armour, drop by drop, patient as a torturer. The first pressure boiler fired before we were in position. Not by order. The crew panicked when their sled began sinking into acid-softened clay. The pipe belched steam, kicked from its frame, and launched a pitch canister short of the wall. It struck the slope, burst, and drenched our own forward ditch markers in fire. A whole rope team vanished behind orange flame. The silence broke there, but not with a cheer. Black Lungs answered. The keep's battlements opened along seams we had mistaken for stone cracks. Shapes moved behind them. Dead men with inflated chests, chained upright, their ribs spread and sealed around pressure sacks. Overseers in long plague masks drove hooks into them. The dead exhaled. Tubes along the wall spat clouds of dark yellow vapour down the slope. It rolled over the first assault line. Masks failed at once. Filters rotted in the breath it touched. Men dropped behind their shields, convulsing. Some tried to crawl backward. Some drove knives under their own collars to tear the seals open, mad for air, even as air murdered them. The shield teams held because they had been sealed better than the rest, and because those behind them pushed hard enough to turn retreat into trampling. "Forward!" Varug growled through the command vox pipe, though our vox was only a brass speaking tube with a cracked reed amplifier. "Forward, you valley-bred corpses! Forward!" The first ladders reached the wall. They melted before they bit. Flesh hulks came over the parapet then, not climbing down, but dropping. Towering bodies of stitched muscle and bloated organs, their limbs plated in crude iron, their bellies swollen with plague gas. They landed among the mantlets hard enough to break wheels and men alike. One seized a rolling shield tower by its frame and overturned it. The fighters beneath were crushed under the weight of their own protection. The flesh hulk stomped on the fallen structure until blood poured from the seams. Another hulk burst when a fire lance struck its belly. The explosion sprayed infected meat across half a cadre. Those touched began to blister within breaths. Their armour smoked from inside. A man tore his gauntlet off and watched his fingers split into red flowers. Mara ordered the whole section burned. The fire lance crews obeyed, faces hidden behind blackened glass as they turned flame on their own screaming comrades. Then black lungs poured the dead down the slopes. Not ranks, waves. Animated corpses tumbled through spillways in the outer wall, limbs flailing, jaws wired open, bodies swollen with plague and pressure. They rolled like an avalanche of meat, striking our front line in heaps, then rising where they landed. Some burst on impact, spreading clouds of green spores. Some crawled with broken spines. Some clung to shields and chewed through the leather faces. The slope became a living corpse chute. Our first assault failed. There is no honour in writing that. There is only truth. We broke at the left mantelet line first. A shield team from Blackfen lost 3 men to plague breath, and their replacements could not lock in before a flesh hulk hit them. The line bent. Then men behind them saw the bend and believed it was permission to live. They stepped back. The mantelet jammed against a rock. The retreat became a knot. The knot became prey. Varug Holt saw it. He waded into them with his mace in one hand and a hooked chain in the other. A young fighter, no older than I had been when I first dragged Merritt to the ash pit, turned to run past him. Varug hit him across the helm, hard enough to drop him senseless. Then he hooked the boy under the arm and dragged him back into formation like a sack of charcoal. "Stand, or be used as cover," Varug snarled. Another man tried to pass. Varug broke his knee with the mace. "Stand," he said again. They stood. That was Barbaran discipline. Vicious, necessary, unforgiving. Mortarion had not invented it. He had stripped away its lies. We had always known survival sometimes required cruelty. Now we practiced it openly, with iron in our hands and the enemy watching from above. Hadron's climb began while the first assault died loudly enough to hide us. The corpse chute was on the eastern flank, a narrow spillway cut through the wall where Black Lungs dumped its animated dead onto the slope. The skin map and 2 captured overseers had revealed a maintenance shaft beside it, half drain, half refuse passage, large enough for crawling bodies. Mortarion had marked it with one pale finger and looked at Hadron. "Take it," he had said. So we took it, not because it was wise, because wisdom had failed to make the wall fall. Hadron led 12 of us into the chute mouth beneath a curtain of pouring dead. I went forth, carrying airlines and spare seals. The passage stank beyond any rot I had known. It was a wet throat of stone, slick with corpse fat, plague fluid, and acidic runoff. Dead things slid past us in pieces, some not yet emptied from the chute, some awakening as they moved. We jammed hooks into cracks and hauled ourselves upward while bodies knocked against our backs. A severed head struck my shoulder and stuck in the cage of my air bladder, teeth clicking against the metal. Rennick pulled it free and crushed it against the wall without comment. The airlines began to clog immediately. Plague fluid got into every valve. I crawled from fighter to fighter in the dark, clearing grills by touch, sealing cracks with paste I could not see, cutting away straps when they snagged on bone hooks set into the tunnel walls. One man ahead of me lost his bladder to a shard of rib hammered into the stone. The puncture sighed out his reserve air. He looked back at me, glass lenses wide. I gave him one of mine. He touched my wrist once in thanks, then kept climbing. The chute narrowed near the inner wall. Hadran removed his shoulder plate to squeeze through. The rest of us followed. The stones scraped armor, cracked canisters, tore skin where seals had shifted. Someone behind me began choking. I reached back and found his hose crushed flat beneath his chest. I hammered it round enough to pass air, then shoved him forward with my shoulder until his breath rattled again. We emerged into the belly of Black Lung's keep. The plague vats lay below us. They were not like the corpse vats of Volgeist. Those had been crude birth pools for stitched soldiers. These were laboratories of breath. Glass cylinders hung from the ceiling in rows, each large enough to hold a human body curled tight inside. Tubes fed vapors into their mouths and noses. Other tubes drained fluids from their lungs, collecting them in flasks marked with glyphs and color bands. Some prisoners were alive. Some were dead. Some existed in a state between, swollen, translucent, their chests rising and falling under the rhythm of bellows worked by blind servitors. At the chamber's center stood the plague vats themselves, deep basins of black metal filled with boiling fluid. Above them hung cages of diseased organs, lungs mostly, inflated and deflated by pumps. Each breath released colored mists into the mixture below. Overseers moved between them, adjusting valves, cutting samples from living captives, feeding strips of infected flesh into grinding mouths. Hadron looked at the chamber. "Burn it," he said. We set charges where Alt had told us to place them, at the pipe clusters, under the bellows, around the heat cores, near the support chains holding the organ cages. My hands worked while my mind tried to crawl out of my skull. A woman in one of the glass cylinders saw me through the vapor. Her eyes were clear. Her mouth moved around the tube forced between her teeth. I could not hear her. I knew what she asked. I placed a charge beneath her cylinder. Hadron saw. He said nothing. The overseers noticed us when the first fuse hissed. The fight in the vat chamber was close and blind. No room for hooks, no room for shield lines. Cleavers, knives, mauls, hands. An overseer lunged at me with a plague needle mounted on a wrist brace. I caught his arm with both hands and shoved it upward. The needle punched into the underside of his own mask. He stiffened as whatever lived in the glass ampule emptied into his jaw. His body swelled before he fell, throat bulging, eyes bursting behind his lenses. Rennick took a saw through the forearm and kept fighting until his hand hung by skin. Hadron killed 3 overseers around the main valve wheel, each one with the same economical violence: hook behind the knee, knife under the chin, twist, move on. The man whose bladder I had given away was cut open from hip to chest, but he held a fuse cord in his teeth until it caught. The charges blew. The explosion did not cleanse Black Lung's keep. It turned it into a boiling charnel furnace. The plague vats ruptured outward. Fluid hotter than forge water washed across the chamber, taking men off their feet, melting leather, stripping skin from bone. Glass cylinders burst overhead. Prisoners fell among us, some dead before striking stone, some alive enough to scream as the burning mixture took them. The organ cages dropped into the vats and burst, filling the air with coloured fogs that fought one another like living things. Blue vapour ate green vapour. Yellow mist clung to the floor and set boots smoking. Red steam crawled into wounds and made blood foam. Monsters died with us. Overseers clawed at their masks while their own plagues entered them. Half-animated dead boiled where they stood. Servitors marched in circles on fire because no order had told them to stop. Rennick lost his ruined hand in the flood and laughed until Hadron struck him quiet. I do not know how we escaped that chamber. I remember hauling airlines through steam. I remember cutting a man free from his own melted shoulder plate. I remember leaving two behind because the fluid had welded them to the grating and they begged with voices already turning wet. I remember Hadron dragging me by the collar when I tried to pull, open a glass cylinder that had not yet broken. The woman inside was still alive. Her eyes followed me as the chamber burned. Then the inner door gave way and we entered the courtyard from beneath. Mortarion was already there. The outer assault had become a massacre, but it had carried him to the gate. The pressure boilers had finally broken the lower hinge. The mantlets lay in ruin. Dead Death Guard covered the slope in black and rust and grey. Corpse denial pits burned behind our lines, overloaded and spilling flame. Yet the gate had fallen, and Mortarion had passed through it like a pale judgment. The Lord of Black Lung's keep waited in the courtyard. He was ancient even by the measure of the High Masters. His armour was a cage of iron ribs, each filled with pulsing lung tissue. A crown of glass tubes rose from his back, venting small clouds of different colours with each movement. His face was hidden behind a mask shaped like a long inhaling skull. In one hand, he carried a staff made from fused spines. In the other, a chain of hooked sensors, each one smoking with plague. Around him stood stitched champions, tall corpse knights with swollen breathing sacs sewn across their chests, flesh hulks carrying tower shields made from pressed bodies, crawling things with bellows built into their backs, pumping poison with every movement. Our surviving squads hit them from both sides. No shouting. Not because we were disciplined beyond fear, but because no lungs remained for it. I stayed behind Hadron, clearing lines, patching seals, giving air to men who hated me for choosing the order in which they lived. A stitched champion drove a blade through Varug's shield and into the man beside him. Varug trapped the blade with his shield straps and headbutted the champion's helm until the glass eye slits shattered. Mara's Firelance cruise bathed a flesh hulk in burning oil. It kept walking, its body a torch, and crushed 3 burners before collapsing. In the centre, Mortarion fought the Lord of Black Lungs. The Overlord swung his sensors, and wherever the smoke touched stone, fungus bloomed and died in the same breath. Mortarion ducked beneath the chain and cut through one of the glass tubes on the Lord's back. A cloud of black vapour burst free. It washed over him. His pale skin blistered. He kept moving. The scythe struck again, taking 2 iron ribs from the armour cage. Lung tissue spilled out, inflating and deflating on the courtyard stones. the Lord drove the spine staff into Mortarian's side. I saw it land, saw the point punch into flesh, saw Mortarian's body bend around the force of it. Then I saw him straighten. He gripped the staff with one hand and pulled himself closer along its length, driving the wound deeper to reach the thing that had made it. The Overlord tried to step back. Mortarian did not permit it. His scythe rose. The blade came down like verdict, not rage, not dueling craft, not the clash of champions sung by people who have never smelled a man's lungs boiling in his mask. It was judgment made motion. The first blow severed the sensor chain. The second took the staff hand. The third opened the armor cage from collar to pelvis. The Lord of Blacklungs shrieked, and every lung sewn into his armor shrieked with him, a choir of stolen breath. Mortarian reached into the opened cage and tore something free. A heart, perhaps. A gland. A knot of organs and black tubing. Whatever it was, the Overlord folded when it left him. Mortarian crushed it in his fist. The plague smoke stopped. For a few breaths, all I could hear was fire. Then the stitched champions began to falter. Some collapsed. Some continued their last orders until hacked apart. Some turned on the overseers trying to flee the courtyard. We killed until nothing in Blacklung's keep moved without our permission. Victory came at noon, though the sky never brightened. The keep was ours. That sentence should have felt impossible. Instead, it felt heavy enough to crush us. We had taken Blacklung's keep. We had broken the plague vats. We had slain the Lung Lord and burned his diseased engines. We had opened the upper roots. We had also gutted ourselves to do it. Every surviving squad had empty places in its line, not one or two. Gaps large enough for ghosts to stand shoulder to shoulder. Hadran's cadre had entered the chute with 12 and came out with 5. Rennick lived, though his hand was gone, and fever already shone behind his eyes. Mara's Firelance crews were nearly erased. Varug could not raise his left arm. Alt lost 3 forgemen when a boiler burst. The runners were reduced to children and the old. The corpse deniers worked until they collapsed beside the pits they had dug. I walked the courtyard after the fighting, carrying a nearly empty bladder and a valve kit sticky with blood. Men called to me from the mud. Some I helped, some I could not. One grabbed my wrist and begged for air. His mask was gone. His face was swollen black from plague breath, lips split, tongue thick as a root. I had no line to give him. He saw that. He cursed me through a mouth filling with foam. I stayed with him until he died, because it was the only thing left to offer, and because I wanted him to stop looking at me. At dusk, Mortarian stood on the broken wall of Blacklung's keep and looked toward the upper roads. No one cheered. There were too few of us, and too many dead to insult with celebration. Hadran came to stand beside me. His armor was burned, his mask cracked, his hands still trembling from the climb through the corpse chute. Below us, the corpse denial pits burned bright against the fog. Above us, the higher mountains waited. We won, I said, because someone had to name the shape of the ruin. Hadran looked over the bodies in the courtyard. No, he said, we paid. Far above Blacklungs, through the thinning poison, I could see the next ridges and the black roads climbing toward Nakari's unseen throne. The keep had guarded them. Now it guarded nothing. Its master was dead. Its vats were fire. Its walls belonged to the Death Guard. But every line around me had spaces where men should have stood. Every victory took a tithe. And Barbarus, patient as ever, kept count. After Blacklung's keep fell, the valleys began to kneel. Not all at once. Barbarus did not change that cleanly. It never gave a man the mercy of a single wound when many little cuts would serve. The first came from Gallows Reed, a bent old woman with lungs so ruined that every breath whistled through her mask like wind through a skull. She climbed the black road beneath the keep with 3 boys dragging a sled behind her. On the sled lay bars of pig iron, 2 sacks of wet grain, and 6 masks taken from her dead sons. She found Mortarion in the broken courtyard, where the stones were still stained by the Lunglord's innards, and the corpse denial pits had not finished smoking. The old woman looked at him for a long while. No one stopped her. No one knew what to do with someone too old to fear correctly. Then she lowered herself to her knees. The sound of it was small, cloth and bone on scorched stone. It carried farther than any shout. Mortarion turned. I saw the change in him before he spoke. His face did not twist. His eyes did not flare. He never gave anger those easy openings. But the air around him sharpened. The death guard near him stepped back by instinct, even those who had stood beside him in fire and plague. "Stand," he said. The old woman bowed her head lower. "Lord." The words struck him worse than any blade from Blacklung's keep. "Stand. My sons died under your sign. I carry no sign. They died free. They died fighting. They died because you taught them how." Mortarion crossed the courtyard and looked down at her. The old woman was trembling, whether from weakness, devotion, or the mountain wind, I could not tell. She lifted one of the masks from the sled. Its glass was cracked. The filter cage was black with old blood. "This was my youngest," she said. "He feared the dark. He died in the lower gate, burning dead men before they could climb the wall. I bring it to you." "No." She blinked. "No. I do not collect dead sons." The words were cruel enough that several of us looked away. The old woman did not. Perhaps grief had hollowed her too deeply for insult to find purchase. "He had no grave," she whispered. "Then remember him standing. Do not crawl with his face in your hands." She pressed her forehead to the stone. Mortarion's voice lowered. "Stand, or crawl away." She stood, slowly, painfully, with the boys helping her by the elbows. And because she stood when he commanded it, because he refused the mask, because he would not let her make worship from loss, she looked at him with greater reverence than before. That was the first time I understood the trap. A saviour who asks for worship can be hated as a tyrant. A saviour who refuses worship becomes harder to resist. His refusal becomes proof. His coldness becomes purity. His contempt for kneeling becomes a commandment men will kneel to honour. After Black Lungs, they came from every valley we had touched, and several we had not. They brought iron in sledges and carts, grain wrapped in oilcloth, charcoal, bone ash, preserved root, pitch jars, hide, rope, boiled leather, lenses of warped green glass, children old enough to carry water, and names. More than anything, they brought names. Names of villages still marked for harvest. Names of families taken to upper pits. Names of ridge paths where corpse caravans crawled. Names of lesser masters who had fled the burning manses and hidden among the poison vents. Names of traitors, real and imagined. Names of the dead, because the living were afraid the war would swallow memory before it swallowed the mountains. They would kneel when they gave those names. Mortarion rejected it every time. "Stand. My lord, we bring oath. Stand. We ask your hand over us. Then keep your spine under you." Some obeyed at once. Some wept harder because his rejection felt to them like judgment. Some crawled away as ordered, and those were the ones Hadron watched with his hand near his knife. Men who prefer crawling after being told to stand are dangerous. They have made humility into a weapon and will cut you with it when your back turns. The rebellion entered its harshest season after Black Lungs, not the season of killing. We had known that already. Not the season of hunger, though hunger stayed with us, sitting beside every ration kettle like an old relative no one loved. This was worse. This was the season when survival required rule. Governance, Edrak called it. I hated the word the moment I heard it. It sounded too clean for what we did. Food was counted by weight, not need. Grain stores were sealed under guard. Root harvests from the lower marshes were assigned before they were dug. Meat from dead sump beasts was salted for march cadres before children tasted it. The sick received broth if they might return to work, and water if they could not. Every village that joined us surrendered a share of its stores, its iron, its charcoal, its able hands. Those that refused were left outside the cordon and told the next reaping would not be ours to answer. Forced labour began with fortifications. No one called it slavery. That would have made the comparison too easy and our sleep too difficult. We called it duty. We called it shared burden. We called it the price of standing. Men and women from newly freed settlements were sent to raise earthworks, deepen corpse denial pits, drag stone to roadblocks, cut black timber, boil leather, patch armour, turn bellows, scrape hides for air bladders. Some had just escaped cages. Some still carried scars where manse hooks had held them. We put tools in their hands and guards at their backs. I became one of those guards. Not because I wanted authority. Hadron would have killed me if I had. Not because I was strong. I was still narrow, still marked by the old life of dragging corpses before dawn. But I was known to Mortarion as useful, and usefulness is a chain with many locks. My breath tender's harness stayed with me, though my duties changed. I carried a cleaver, a short hook, and a writ-marked bone token that told labour crews I spoke with Death Guard authority. The first time I used it, I nearly choked on shame. A settlement called Myrefast had been ordered to send 20 workers to reinforce the road below Black Lungs. They sent 12, 2 of them fevered, 1 half blind. Their headman claimed sickness, claimed grief, claimed the last harvest had failed. All of it was likely true. Truth did not change the order. I stood in his longhouse with 3 Death Guard beside me, looking at a room full of people we had supposedly freed. "We need the workers," I said. He was old, but not weak. His beard had been braided with mourning knots, so many that the hair hung heavy against his chest. "You need. The fog took my south field. The reaping took my daughters. Your war took my sons. Our war broke the lower manse that marked your doors, and now you mark them with tally cuts." His people watched. That made it worse. A crowd can force cruelty from a man by waiting to see whether he owns any. I showed him the bone token. "I will return tomorrow," I said. "Send the remaining 8, or we take 16. He stared at me. "You speak like them." I wanted to strike him because he was wrong. I wanted to strike him because he was right enough. Instead I said, "No, they would have taken all." That was governance on Barbarus. Threats measured against worse threats. Mercy calculated by what was not stolen. Hadron found me later, sitting beside a vent trench with my helmet on my knees and my hands still shaking. "You are learning to aim fear," he said. I did not answer. He sat beside me without asking. For a while we watched forge smoke crawl against the low fog. Below the ridge, labour crews moved like ants beneath overseers who wore the same armour as the men who had saved them. "Mortarion has not abolished fear," Hadron said. He has taught us to point it upward. That sounds like victory. It sounds like a man choosing where the knife enters. And if the knife was already in us? Hadron's cloudy eye turned toward me. Then he twists it with cleaner hands. I rubbed the seal mark from my thumb. The bone token had left ash in the lines of my skin. You still think he is one of them. I think he was raised by one of them. I think stone remembers the hand that carved it. He hates them. Yes. Hadron looked toward the upper ridges, where Blacklung's keep smouldered. And sons often hate fathers they resemble. It was dangerous talk. Not because Mortarion punished doubt. He rarely punished speech unless speech cost lives. It was dangerous because it had weight. Weight bends men. Mortarion revealed his past only in fragments, and never as confession. A broken helix of memory would fall from him during instruction, sharp enough to draw blood, then vanish beneath command. While training the climbing cadres, he spoke of a tower above the breathable world, where the air killed all lesser things and only the strong could stand unmasked. While teaching us to read the high wind, he mentioned a voice that had taught him poison, moved like intention, always seeking weakness. When Varug asked how he knew the old manse roots, Mortarion's silence lasted so long, even Varug looked away. Once, while inspecting pressure rigs, Alt complained that no human hand could seal metal tight enough for the upper fog. Mortarion answered, "Mine did, when I was a child." Alt stopped hammering. "You built rigs in the heights. I was taught to survive where men died." "By whom?" Mortarion looked at the helm in Alt's hands. "By one who called that survival love." No one asked more. Another time, a boy from Gallows Reed called him mountain-born, meaning it as praise. Mortarion seized him by the collar and lifted him until his boots left the mud. "I was not born to them," he said. The boy dangled, choking, eyes wide behind cracked lenses. "I was taken in by one," Mortarion continued. His voice stayed low, almost calm, which frightened us more. "Taught by one, named by one, lied to by one. Do not confuse captivity with kinship." He set the boy down alive. The lesson spread through the camps faster than any order. Mortarion had belonged to the monsters. Mortarion had never belonged to them. Both statements became true in different mouths. The council formed because village leaders had grown tired of obeying by gratitude. They came to Blacklung's keep on a morning of brown rain, wrapped in cloaks, masks polished, escorts waiting beyond the gate. Some were headmen from settlements that had joined early. Some were grave priests. Some were forge masters. Some were simply those whose families were numerous enough that others called them leaders to avoid admitting fear. They gathered in the old plague courtyard, where the Lunglord's broken cage armor had been hung as a warning. Mortarion stood before them with no throne, no banner, no guard between him and their complaints. That alone made their courage waver. Edrak stood at my side. Hadron stood at the far wall, arms folded, watching the council as if deciding where each would bleed best if matters turned. The headman of Myrefast spoke first. Of course he did. Men who survive being threatened often wish to prove the threat did not tame them. "We came into this war to live," he said. "Now our grain is weighed by your counters, our young sent to roads and walls, our old made to scrape charcoal, our wounded burned when fever marks them. You say we are free. We ask where that freedom is kept." A murmur followed. Mortarion did not shout over it. He waited. His silence did more than any bellow. It made the murmurs die ashamed of themselves. "Your village was marked for harvest," he said. Myrefast's headman stiffened. Mortarion pointed to another. Yours still is, if the Westmanse gathers strength again. Another. Your wells are fouled. Without ration, you starve before the next fog turn. Another. Your people have no forge, no wall, and 3 broken masks for every 10 mouths. He moved from leader to leader, naming their wounds without pity. Not to humiliate them, though humiliation came, to show he knew the ledger better than they did. There are still settlements below the eastern vapour line marked for harvest. There are prisoners in the upper cages. There are corpse roads we have not cut. There are surviving masters breeding new dead from old losses. You ask for comfort in council. Name the village you will abandon to purchase it. No one spoke. Mortarion stepped closer. Rain smoked on his pale skin. Name them. Silence. Name the children who should breathe hook shadow so your workers may rest. Name the sick who should be left for manse physicians. Name the dead we should allow the enemy to reclaim so your corpse deniers may sleep. Speak, and let those names be recorded. The council broke without a vote. Some left hating him. Some left worshipping him more. On Barbarus, those were not opposites. The traitor was found 3 nights later. His name was Davin Kaur from Blackfen, a mask maker, clever with seals, quiet with measurements, trusted because his wife had died in a cage and his son in the first fog war. That was our mistake. We believed grief always pointed the right direction. He had sold filter designs to a surviving lesser overlord hiding above the eastern vents, not for riches. Barbarus had few riches worth betrayal. He sold them for a promise. His daughter, taken 2 years before, kept alive in a manse infirmary. The overseer who contacted him had sent a strip of her hair and a tooth as proof. Davin gave them drawings of Alt's twin canisters, collar seals, bladder valves, and stimulant injectors. Enough for the enemy to understand how high we could climb. Enough for them to craft poisons meant to defeat our breath. We caught him because Hadron never trusted quiet men who volunteered for night work. The trial was brief. Trial is too noble a word. Edrak read the charge. Alt confirmed the stolen designs. Davin confessed before pain touched him. That did not save him. He asked for an escort to retrieve his daughter. That did not save him either. Mortarion looked at the gathered death guard. Who suffered from this betrayal? Every hand rose. His eyes found mine. Cord Ven, he said. My blood went cold. You have carried breath for these fighters. You know what this treachery endangers. Yes. Then you will end it. Davin looked at me then. Not at Mortarion. At me. That was the cruelty within the justice. He was no monster from a manse, no stitched corpse, no lord in bronze. He was a valley man with shaking hands and a daughter's tooth tied in cloth around his neck. They gave me a knife. Davin knelt because his legs failed, not because anyone ordered it. I wanted her back, he said. I stood before him, and for a moment I saw every marked door in Gravemire, every child hidden under ash, every man begging me for one more breath, every mask design in enemy hands, every poison brewed to slip through seals I had patched with my own fingers. I know, I said. Then I cut his throat, cleanly, under the jaw, deep across. Hadron had taught me where mercy and certainty meet. Davin died holding the little tooth in his fist. I felt less than I should have. That frightened me more than the blood. Edrak found me after, washing the knife in ash water behind the old lung vats. His black mask hung at his belt for once, leaving his face bare to the stinging air. He was older than I had thought, or perhaps the war had been carving him faster than the rest of us. We are winning, he said. I kept scrubbing the blade. Yes. We are losing the shape of ordinary humanity. The knife slipped in my wet hands. I caught it by the handle before it fell. Ordinary humanity never survived here, I said. Edrak looked toward the dark line of the mountains. No, but it tried to be remembered. I wanted to tell him memory was a luxury. I wanted to say shape did not matter if the flesh lived. I wanted to say all the hard things Mortarion had taught us to say when softness rose like sickness in the throat. Instead, I asked, "What shape are we now?" Edrak did not answer. That was answer enough. The scouts returned from the upper roots at dusk. There were 5 when they had left. 2 came back, 1 walking, 1 dragged. The walking scout was a woman named Hessa from Gallows Reed, a fog runner whose lungs sounded like torn cloth even on good days. Her armor was rimed in white residue from the high poison. One lens of her helm had gone opaque. The man she dragged had no face left beneath his mask, only blackened skin and teeth visible through a split seal. He still breathed. Each breath clicked. Mortarion met them at the broken gate of Blacklung's keep. No one else spoke. We gathered because the air changed when true news entered it. Hessa tried to kneel. She remembered in time and remained standing, though her legs shook. "Report," Mortarion said. She swallowed. Blood leaked from the lower edge of her mask. "East Ventmance dead. We found it empty, burned from within." Hadron narrowed his eyes. "By us?" "No." That silence spread. "West Ridge keep abandoned," Hessa continued. "Corpse roads pulled back, lower bridges cut by their own hands. The remaining masters are fleeing upward or already dead." Varug stepped forward, one arm still bound from Blacklung's. "Dead how?" Hessa's voice weakened. "Called home maybe, culled maybe. We found manse servants with their throats opened and no bodies taken. Found cages emptied into ravines. Found plague stores broken. They are stripping the lower heights." Mortarion's face remained stone, but something in his stillness deepened. Hessa lifted one shaking hand and pointed beyond the keep, toward the highest fog, where the black crown of the world waited beyond sight. "One lord remains above the killing veil." No one needed the name. The dragged scout made a bubbling sound. Hessa gripped his harness and kept him upright. "He sent no host," she said. "No bells, no tribute mark, only this." She pulled a strip of black metal from her belt. It was thin as a blade and etched with a single glyph. Even from where I stood, I felt the mark pressing against my eyes. Not the glyphs of lesser manses, older, cleaner, more hateful. Mortarion took it. For the first time since I had known him, his hand trembled. Only once. Only enough that I wondered if I had imagined it. Hessa spoke the name then, and every fire in the courtyard seemed to dim. Nekere. The highest poison sighed down from the unseen peaks. Mortarion closed his fist around the black metal until it bent. Above us, beyond Blacklung's, beyond the burned lower manses, beyond every ridge bought with blood, Nekere's domain waited in the killing fog. Not a target like the others, not a fortress to be starved, tricked, burned, or broken by pressure boilers and hook lines. A father, a tyrant, a thing at the roof of our world. Mortarion turned toward the upper road. No one knelt, no one spoke. The saviour who was not gentle looked toward the last monster of Barbarus. And in that silence I understood that all our victories had led us not to freedom, but to the one door only he believed he could open. The lights came before the final ascent. We had gathered beneath Blacklung's keep, where the upper road narrowed into a throat of stone and poison. Above us, the killing veil clung to the heights in white folds, thick enough to hide the black crown of Necare's domain and all the old sins that waited there. Mortarion stood at the road's beginning, his scythe in both hands, his armour patched with resin and iron, his pale skin marked by wounds that never seemed to finish closing. Around him stood what remained of the Death Guard. We were fewer than we had been. That had become the rhythm of our war. Every ridge climbed, every manse burned, every vat split open, every victory named, every line made thinner. We had started as villagers, then rebels, then war bands, then an army. By the time we stood beneath the killing veil, we looked like the dead had armed, themselves to argue with fate. Helms sealed to collars, canisters hanging from the chest, pressure bladders strapped to our backs like swollen organs, hooked polearms, fire lances, cleavers, scythes made from stolen blades and plough iron, armour patched so often that no plate remembered its first shape. I stood behind Hadron with the rebreather harness biting into my shoulders, my hands checking seals I had already checked thrice. My fingers moved because fear wanted labour. Around me, men and women did the same, tightening straps, testing airlines, pressing thumb marks into wax seals, loading pressure bladders with the last measures of lower air. No one spoke much. Speech would have admitted that we knew where we were going. The highest fog did not roll like the lower vapours. It hung. It waited. It had the stillness of a beast that no longer needed to hunt because every road led to its mouth. Mortarion had refused counsel that morning. He had listened to the scouts, studied the skin map until dawn, and ordered the final climb. Not a siege, not a raid, not a slow starvation of Necare's last domain. A climb, a blade thrust upward through the throat of the world. "You cannot take an army there," Hadron had told him. "I know." The answer had made the camp colder. Now the cadres waited to learn who would follow and who would be left to hold what we had bled to win. Some had already wrapped farewell tokens around their wrists, strips of cloth, teeth, burned mask lenses, a child's finger bone. Barbarus gave us poor relics, and we loved them anyway. Then the sky opened. I had no word for what happened. Not then, not truly. The sky had always been a lid of poison cloud, a bruised ceiling pressed low over every breath. It glowed sometimes with witchlight from the manses, or with storms burning above the peaks, but it had never split. It had never shown anything beyond itself. That day, it tore. Light stabbed downward through the high vapour, not pale like manse fire, not green like corpse vats, not red like acid dawn. Gold, white, blue-white at the edges, too bright for the lenses of our helms. Men cried out and looked away. Some dropped to their knees. Others raised shields as if light could be hooked or burned. My first thought was not wonder. Wonder belongs to children with safe roofs. My first thought was that Necare had opened a new weapon. The clouds convulsed. The killing fog above the upper road churned, as if a hand had stirred it from beyond the world. Thunder rolled over the mountains, not the cracked voice of a storm, but the deep metal roar of impossible engines. Stone shook beneath my boots. Loose teeth of rock broke from the ridges and tumbled into the vapour below. Black Lung's Keep groaned behind us, its broken towers shedding ash. "Down!" Varug Holt shouted, though no one knew from what. Death Guard threw themselves beneath mantlets, shields, wrecked wall sections. I grabbed Hadron's harness and dragged him toward an overturned boiler frame because instinct chose cowardice faster than reason chose anything. He did not resist. His head was lifted toward the sky, and through the greenish glass of his lenses, I saw the lights reflected like burning wounds. The first ship descended through the poison cloud. Ship is too small a word for a thing that makes mountains seem briefly uncertain of themselves. It came slowly, deliberately, as if the sky were a curtain, and it had no need to hurry through it. Its hull was vast and dark, and edged with gold, studded with lights in ordered rows, towers rising from its back like cathedrals built by hands that had never known mud. Fire burned beneath it, controlled and pure, pushing aside the vapors that had killed generations of men. Around it fell smaller craft, each one shaped with purpose, each one howling through the air with the discipline of a blade. To those who know stars, perhaps such sights become glory. To us, they were an invasion of reality. Men who had faced corpse nights and plague vats screamed at machines in the heavens. Women who had burned manses clutched at charms and forgotten prayers. Some fled into the rocks until Varug's cadres beat them back. Others stood still, weapons hanging loose, because their minds had reached the edge of the world and found it had never been an edge at all. Hadron gripped my shoulder hard enough to bruise. "No savior arrives from above," he said. His voice came thin through his mask. I wanted to answer. I could not. Above had always meant death. Masters, bells, hooks, Nekker's shadow. Now above meant something else, and the old terror had no place to put it. The smaller craft landed first on the black shelf below Black Lung's keep. They came down on pillars of controlled fire, blowing fog outward in ragged walls. The ground shook with each impact. Ramps opened. White vapor rolled away from them as if ashamed. Armored giants emerged. I had thought Mortarion immense. I still did. Yet these warriors carried a different kind of enormity. They were not gaunt like him, not fever-carved by Barbarus. They were broad, sealed in plate, smoother and stronger than anything Alt Cern had ever beaten into shape. Their armor bore colors that did not belong on our world. Clean whites, deep reds, black polished until it reflected fire, gold bright enough to hurt. Their helms had eye lenses that burned with steady inner light. Their weapons were not hooked spears or cleavers but bolters, though I did not know the word then. Heavy guns with box magazines, muzzles black as execution pits, marked with symbols cut too precisely for village hands. They moved in disciplined formation. That, more than their size, unsettled me. No stumbling over mud, no wasted glance, no fear spit fogging their lenses. They advanced from their craft in files so perfect they seemed less like men than an oath-given limbs. Engines purred, armor joints hissed, weapon muzzles tracked the ridge and the ruined keep, not panicked, not curious, merely ready. Behind them came envoys in gold and ivory, their robes untouched by filth. Servitors followed with sensors, standards, devices of brass and glass and humming light. Clean light, measured light. Technology beyond our comprehension, born casually, as if miracles could be packed, polished, and assigned to servants. Alt Cern made a sound beside me that might have been grief. I understood. He had spent his life fighting metal into masks that leaked slowly enough for men to die later. These strangers brought sealed warplate through the killing air, as if Barbarus were weather. Then the golden figure came. I remember him stepping from the largest craft. I remember him already standing among us before the ramp touched stone. I remember him as a man, tall and dark-haired, wearing golden armor that carried its own sunrise. I remember him as a figure of white fire with a face I could not look upon. I remember him as a weary king, ancient-eyed, sorrowful, terrible. I remember him as a warlord with a blade at his side and lightning sleeping in his hands. I remember no face at all, only the certainty that a face had been there and that my mind had chosen mercy by forgetting it. Every memory contradicts the others. That is the truth. Some presences do not enter the mind cleanly. They break it into shapes that can survive the seeing. The Emperor stood upon Barbarus, and the poison wind bent around him, not fled, not vanished, bent, as if the world itself had recognized a greater authority and resented obedience. The Death Guard fell silent in a way we had never managed under Mortarian's command. This was not discipline, it was pressure, a weight laid on the soul, the spine, the blood. Some of us knelt before thought could interfere. Others stood shaking, refusing to kneel because Mortarian had taught us to hate that posture. I remained standing because Hadron's hand clamped around my harness and held me up. "Do not," he whispered. I was not. "You were thinking of it." He was right. The Emperor's gaze moved across us. I felt seen. Not as Cord Ven, corpse hauler, breath bearer, killer of Davencore, survivor of Gravemire. Seen beneath those things. Measured in a way even Mortarian had never measured. Not by usefulness, not by weakness, by possibility. That was worse. Barbarus had never asked what we could become. It had only asked how long we could endure being consumed. Mortarian descended from the upper road to meet him. I had seen Mortarian in rage, in battle, in silence. I had seen him wounded, burned, bloodied, standing amid vat smoke and corpse fire like a pale verdict passed upon the world. I had never seen him as he looked then. Young. That is the word, though it feels wrong even now. Not weak, not childlike. Young in the way a blade seems young before it learns it was forged for another's hand. His fury stripped centuries from him that he had never lived. He looked robbed, cornered, judged before the act he had spent his life reaching. He stopped several paces from the golden figure. No one spoke at first. Even the engines seemed to lower their voices. One of the envoys stepped forward, a clean man in a white robe and golden breastplate, his head bare to air that would have killed any valley-born soul. He carried a staff topped with a winged thunderbolt. His voice, when he spoke, was amplified by hidden craft, rolling over the ridge with perfect clarity. "People of Barbarus, behold the master of mankind, sovereign of terror, lord of the great crusade, bearer of the imperial truth, and unifier of the scattered human species." The words meant little to us. Terror was a sound. Crusade was another. Human species was a phrase too wide for people who had believed the world ended in poison cloud. But Master we understood. Lord we understood. Unifier we understood badly and feared correctly. Mortarian's voice cut through the envoy's proclamation. "I did not summon you." The armoured giants shifted. Not much. Enough that every weapon in their hands became a little more present. The Emperor raised one hand, and the giants stilled. When he spoke, I heard him in my ears. I heard him through my bones. I heard him in memory before the words arrived. "No," he said, "but I have come." Mortarian's grip tightened around his scythe. To claim what others bled for. To find what was lost. I was not lost. No. The Emperor's voice held neither mockery nor anger. That made it harder to hate. "Then why do you climb toward the one who kept you chained?" Mortarian took a step forward. Every Death Guard near me tensed. Hadron's hand dropped to his axe. Varug muttered something black under his breath. The Golden Warriors did not move. That was how certain they were. "You know nothing of my chains," Mortarian said. "I know the shape of tyrants." Mortarian laughed then, and the sound had no humour in it. "You descend from the heavens with soldiers, engines, gold, and titles, then speak to me of tyrants." The Emperor looked toward the valleys hidden beneath the fog. "I speak of unity, of mankind no longer scattered, hunted, diminish beneath alien rule and superstition. I speak of worlds brought into compliance, not for hunger, but for survival. Barbarus is not alone. Your people are not alone. There is a galaxy beyond this poison, and it burns. A murmur moved through us. Galaxy. Another sound too large for the mind. Some heard deliverance in it. I saw it in their posture, in the way their hands loosened from weapons, in the way heads tilted upward towards ships that could pierce the sky. A galaxy meant the stars were real. A galaxy meant Barbarus was not the whole of existence. A galaxy meant there might be places where children learned lights before poisons. Mortarion heard something else, another lord speaking from above. You offer chains made bright, he said. I offer purpose. I have purpose. You have vengeance. Mortarion's face hardened. On Barbarus, the two are kin. The Emperor took one step closer. The poison fog curled gold around his armor. Your war here is almost done. Come with me. Lead not only these people, but the warriors made in your image. Sons await you among the stars. Armies await command. The Imperium has need of you. Sons. The word passed over Mortarion like a blade drawn along old scars. Behind me, Hadron whispered, "Listen to the hook beneath the meat." I wanted to tell him he was wrong. I wanted the golden figure to be what some already believed he was. Deliverance. A clean sky given voice. A way beyond acid rain and corpse spells. But Hadron's suspicion had been bred in the same valley as my hunger, and I could not cut it out. The Death Guard split without moving. That was the strange thing. No one raised arms against another. No one shouted. Yet I felt the division like a crack opening in stone. Some stared at the Emperor with awe so raw it looked like pain. They had followed Mortarion because he taught them to stand, and now here stood a being who seemed to make the world itself stand straighter. Others watched Mortarion, not the Emperor, waiting for his command, because their loyalty had been bought in mud, not light. Awe and loyalty are not the same. That day taught me the difference. Mortarion saw the split. I know he did. His jaw tightened as if the Emperor's greatest wound had been dealt without weapon. "What do you want?" he asked. The Emperor looked past him toward the killing veil. "Necaer remains." The name made every mask turn upward. Mortarion's voice lowered. "He is mine." "Yes." "Then stand aside." "No." The word struck the ridge like a hammer. For a moment, even the Death Guard who had begun to worship the golden arrival remembered whose war this was. Hadron's hand tightened around his axe haft. Varug spat onto the stone. Mara Vale lifted her burned face toward the Emperor, with murder in her posture and uncertainty in her eyes. Mortarion spoke through his teeth. "You will not deny me this. I will offer you a choice." The Emperor's gaze moved across us all, then returned to Mortarion. "Climb, if you must. Face him alone, as you desire. Slay him, and I will acknowledge that this world is won by your hand. Fail, and you will accept my terms." Mortarion stared at him. "And if I refuse your game? Then Necaer remains above you, and your people remain beneath him." The cruelty of it was perfect, because it wore the shape of reason. Mortarion could not bring the army through the killing veil. We all knew it. Our rigs would fail. Our blood would cook. Our lungs would become soup in our chests. Even he had delayed the ascent, searching for a way to carry vengeance through air no human could own. The Emperor offered him exactly what he wanted and made it a bargain. That was the blade inside the gift. Hadran leaned close to me as the silence stretched. "No savior arrives without chains," he said. I looked at the ships, at the giants in sealed armor. at the Valleyborn kneeling despite themselves, at Mortarion, pale and furious before a golden lord from beyond the sky. Chains from the stars may still be lighter than chains from the mountains, I said. Hadran turned his masked face toward me. That is how every collar is sold. I had no answer. Mortarion turned away from the Emperor. For one heartbeat, I thought he would command us. I thought he would order the Death Guard to form ranks, to aim fire lances at golden giants, to die not against Nekere, but against the sky itself. Some would have obeyed, not all, enough to make a slaughter. Instead, he looked at us. Not the Emperor's way, not through us, at us, at the broken helms, the patched collars, the burned hands, the empty places in every squad, at the people who had climbed after him as far as breath allowed. "You go no farther," he said. Varug stepped forward. "We have followed you through every poisoned gut of this world." "Not this," Mara's voice rasped through her damaged grill. "We can carry spare air." "No." Hadran said nothing. That silence frightened me more than protest. I stepped forward before I knew I had moved. "My lord." Mortarion's eyes found me. I hated myself for the title the moment it left my mouth. Hadran did not strike me for it. Perhaps he knew shame had beaten him to the blow. "I can keep the lines clear," I said. "I can carry more bladders. Alt can rig a double feed. We can climb behind you." Mortarion looked at me for a long moment. "You would die before the first gate, then use my body as a marker." "No." It was the same word he had given the woman with her dead son's mask. Refusal, command, and something almost like mercy, though mercy in him always looked like denial. Alt Cern pushed through the line, helmet under one arm, beard sealed in resin braids. His eyes were red from forge smoke and sleeplessness. "Give me a day. I can bind the collars tighter, triple the canisters, pressure feed the bladders. Maybe 1 man in 10 reaches the upper shelf." Mortarion's voice did not change. "I do not need corpses on the shelf." Alt flinched as if struck. Edrak raised his black mask in both hands. "Then take witness at least. No death matters unless someone remembers the shape of it." Mortarion looked toward the killing fog. "I remember enough." The Emperor watched all of this without interruption. That may have been wisdom. It may have been calculation. On Barbarus we had learned those could share a face. Mortarion turned back to him. "If I kill Nekere, this world is mine." The Emperor inclined his head. "This world will be compliant." "That is not what I said." "No," said the Emperor. "It is what must be." There it was, the clean chain beneath the golden hand. Mortarion heard it. We all did, though some pretended otherwise because the ships were beautiful, and the promise of stars had entered them like a fever. He looked at the Emperor with hate so cold it seemed older than Barbarus. Then he began the final climb alone. No farewell, no oath, no raised weapon to stir the blood. He simply turned from us and walked toward the killing veil, scythe held low in his right hand. The fog accepted him by degrees. First his legs vanished into white, then his torso, then his pale head and black eyes, still fixed upward toward the father shape at the roof of the world. Voices called after him. Varug cursed him. Mara begged him. Alt shouted that the seals would fail. Edrak spoke his name once, and it sounded like a burial rite. Others cried out, "Lord, Commander, Pale One, Death Guard, Liberator." Some of the Valleyborn wept. Some of the Emperor's giants watched in silence, and I hated them for their stillness. Hadran did not call out, neither did I. The last I saw of Mortarion before the fog swallowed him was the blade of his scythe catching the impossible light from the ships above. For an instant, it burned gold. Then the killing veil closed behind him, and all of Barbarus held its breath. We followed him. That is the first truth, and the last one I have any right to claim without shame. Mortarion had forbidden it. He had turned from us beneath the killing veil and spoken as if his voice were a gate closing. No father, no death guard upon the final road, no valley dead spent on a father's throat. He had given the command, and every law he had beaten into us said command was survival. Obedience was breath. Discipline was the wall between men and the hooks. We followed him anyway, not to save him. That lie would have made us cleaner than we were. None of us believed we could save Mortarion from Nakari. None of us believed our lungs, our rigs, our cracked helms, our trembling limbs, or our little blades could matter in the air where no human thing was meant to endure. We followed because the war had been ours as much as his, because the villages had burned, because the cages had climbed, because every corpse trench, every ash pit, every child hidden beneath grey dust had paid toward this climb. We followed to witness whether freedom would be won or stolen. Hadron came first, because disobedience suited him better than faith. Varug tried to come and failed before the first rise, his wounded arm useless and his breath already wet beneath the collar seal. Mara cursed us from the lower path until her voice cracked into coughing. Alt Cern pressed another air bladder into my hands and called me a fool, with tears standing bright in his soot-black eyes. Edrak gave me nothing but a strip of shroud cloth tied around my wrist. For memory, he said. I may not return with any. Then die facing what must be remembered. There were 8 of us when we entered the killing veil. Hadron, me, Rennick with one hand and a hook strapped where the other had been, Hessa the fog runner, half blind from the upper roots, a shield bearer called Morn Tau, no kin to Edrak, broad as a door and quieter than stone. 2 burners from Gallows Reed carrying 1 fire lance between them. A corpse denier named Sol, whose axe was notched from breaking the skulls of men he had loved. We did not pray. Prayer rose. We swallowed it. The final ascent was pure Barbarus, stripped of every mask it had worn in the valleys. No reed beds, no black fields, no corpse huts or water kettles, no village walls to give fear a shape, only stone, poison, acid rain, and fog so thick it seemed less like air than the breath of a god that hated being alive. It ate our seals from the first dozen paces. Alt's resin blackened where the vapour touched it. Leather collars smoked. Metal sweated green. My right canister began to whine before we reached the first switchback, and I changed the plug with fingers that already felt too large inside my gloves. The fog pressed against the glass of my lenses until the world became a blur of white veins and black rock. Every breath tasted filtered through blood. The rain began higher up. It did not fall in drops. It came as threads, thin and bright, slicing down through the vapour. Where it struck exposed stone, the rock hissed. Where it touched armour, it left smoking scars. Where it found skin, it stripped it. One of the burners stumbled when a thread of rain entered through a gap at his wrist. He looked down, puzzled, as the flesh peeled from the back of his hand in a single wet sheet. He did not scream until he saw the bone beneath. Hadron grabbed him by the harness and shoved him onward. Pain later. The man laughed once, madly, and obeyed. Dead climbers hung along the path. Not ours, not all of them. The bones were too old in places, fused to the rock by mineral growth. Men and women from attempts no tale had carried back. Some wore village scraps older than Gravemire's oldest walls. Some were chained to spikes, left by the overlords as markers. Some had climbed until their rigs failed and died kneeling into the slope, arms still hooked over ledges. Their masks stared from the stone like blind offerings. In the vapour, voices spoke with stolen mouths. "Cord," my mother again. "Cord, my little ash boy. Come down, the bowl is warm." I kept moving. "Hadron," another voice called, softer, younger. "Brother, you left me on the frame." Hadron's stride did not change. "Rel waits," the voice said. "Rel hurts." Hadron answered without looking at the fog. Then weight hurt. Rennick heard his dead father. Hessa heard children she had never birthed. Sul heard every corpse whose skull he had broken. The burners heard their own voices begging from ahead of us, dying before they reached the place where they would die. The fog had learned us, or Nekere had. On Barbarus, the difference between world and master had always been a knife without a handle. Mortarion climbed far ahead. At first, we saw only signs of him. A cut in a chain across the path. A corpse knight split open and cast aside, its armour still smoking from the scythe's passage. A section of black stone gouged where a blade had struck sparks. Then the fog thinned enough for one glimpse, and I saw him on the slope above us, pale against the dark rock, moving where no man could walk. He had no rig, no canisters, no pressure bladder, no sealed helm. The killing fog clung to his skin and wounded him, but he climbed through it as if wounds were taxes he had already agreed to pay. His scythe dragged a black line in the wet stone behind him. Then even he began to fail. I saw it first in the pause between steps. Mortarion had always moved with the inevitability of falling stone. Now there were moments where he stopped, one hand against the rock, head lowered, shoulders tight beneath the poison. The fog gathered around him greedily. He coughed once, and the sound came down to us through the vapour, like a crack through iron. Hadron heard it too. "He is flesh," he said. The words should have comforted me. They did not. The Guardians came at the narrow pass. The path drew tight between a wall of black stone and an open drop into fog so dense it seemed to glow from within. Chains hung overhead, disappearing into the whiteness. Something moved above them, with the scrape of talons on iron. Morntal raised his shield before the first corpse knight struck. The blow drove him back into me. His shield split down the centre, iron bands snapping. The corpse knight loomed beyond it, taller than any of the lower keep champions, its armour black and wet, its helm shaped like a long funerary mask. Its blade was made from fused bone and bronze, hooked at the end for dragging men over edges. Rennick caught the blade with his hook arm and screamed when it tore the stump straps loose. Hadron stepped in low and buried his axe behind the knight's knee. The joint broke. Sul's corpse axe came down on the helm. Once, twice. The third strike split it, and green fire spilled from the faceplate. Then the winged things dropped. Carrion things, not built for fields or lower walls, but for the high air. Their wings were pale membranes stretched over iron spars. Their bodies were stitched from failed rebels, the faces still visible in the chest and belly, mouths opening and closing as the creature breathed. One landed on the rear burner and folded him in half with hooked feet. The fire lance tank ruptured. Burning oil sprayed across the pass and lit the fog orange. The second burner tried to turn the lance upward. A carrion thing took his head in its talons and lifted, spine uncoiling from the body in a long red pull before the neck tore free. The head vanished into the vapour, still sealed inside its helm. No one shouted orders. There was no room, no air. We fought by touch, by instinct, by the lessons Mortarion had beaten into our bones. Shield forward, Hook low. Burn when close. Do not pursue. Do not kneel unless rising. Break the skull twice. Flesh constructs came next from above, crawling down the stone face. Failed rebels. I knew them by the scraps of Death Guard harness still fused into their bodies. One had a pressure bladder grown into its back like a tumor. Another wore 3 masks over 3 heads set into one swollen torso. A third dragged itself by arms that had once belonged to forge men, hammer-calloused hands now ending in clawed extensions of bone. They came for the living because the living were unfinished work. Hessa died first. A construct opened its belly across her helm and poured something into her mask. She went rigid, then began laughing through blood as her hands clawed at the glass from inside. Sul ended her with the axe before the thing in her lungs could learn her limbs. Morntal held the pass until his shield was gone and both arms hung broken. He used his body then. He simply stood in the gap, taking hooks and blades and talons, too broad to pass, too stubborn to fall. A corpse knight drove a sword through him and into the rock behind. Morntal leaned forward along the blade and head-butted the knight hard enough to crack his own helm. Hadron cut the knight's leg away and both went down together. "Cord," Hadron said. I was on my knees, sealing Rennick's ruined stump where his hook arm had torn free. "I can save him." "No." Rennick looked at me. His eyes behind the lenses were wide, pleading, furious. Hadron put his knife beneath Rennick's jaw and ended the argument. I stared at him. He pointed upward with the bloody blade. "Witness!" More guardians came. Too many. Hadron shoved me toward the upper cleft. "Go!" "I will not." He hit me across the helm. My lenses flashed white. "You will." A carrion thing landed behind him, talons digging into his back plate. Hadron snarled and drove his knife backward into its thigh. It lifted him half from the ground. He caught one of the overhead chains with his hook and anchored himself between chain and beast, refusing to be taken. The thing beat its wings, tearing at him. Blood sprayed from the gaps in his armor. I moved toward him. Sul caught my harness. "Do what he bought." Hadron saw me through the fog and shook his head once. Then the past became wet violence and unfinished death. He did not die nobly. There was no clean last stand fit for a grave priest's chant. He slipped in blood. He cursed when his axe caught in armor. He bit through his mask when a hook tore his cheek open. He killed one corpse knight by forcing its own blade into its throat. He dragged a flesh construct over the edge with a chain wrapped around his wrist. A winged thing opened his side and spilled him against the stones. He tried to push the wound closed with one hand while stabbing with the other. His last words were not wisdom. They were not my name. He was still cursing when the fog swallowed him. Sul dragged me upward until his strength failed. A guardian hook took him through the spine and pulled him backward. I crawled after that. Crawled like the first things from the corpse trenches. Crawled with one bladder gone, one canister dying, both knees bleeding inside my armor. My lungs had become fire wrapped in wet cloth. Every breath bubbled, every seal hissed. My hands left red prints on black stone. I reached the upper shelf because others did not. That is all survival is, stripped of lies. Nekker's manse rose above the clouds. Not fog, clouds. The killing veil lay beneath it like a sea of poison, and the fortress pierced it from a crown of black rock. It was less a castle than a wound-given architecture. Towers leaned inward like ribs around a heart. Bridges of bone and dark iron webbed the open air. Windows burned cold green and white. Great vents exhaled the breath that had fed Barbarus for generations, the breath that had filled our valleys, marked our dead, shaped our lungs, and taught our children poison before stars. At the highest gate stood Nekare. I saw him first as a silhouette, and that was enough. Ancient malice in the shape of a father. Tall beyond human design, robed in armor and vapor, crowned by the machinery of his own dominion. Tubes ran from the manse into his back, like the roots of a mountain grown into flesh. Around him, the fog bent, not as it bent around the Emperor, but as a whipped beast bends around its master. Mortarion stood before him. He had reached the gate. He had done what no human could do, what no army could do, what every stolen child below had dreamed without daring to name. He stood before the highest lord of Barbarus with his scythe in hand. But he was failing. I saw it even through poison blur. His shoulders shook. His skin was grey beneath the pallor. Blood ran from his nose, mouth, eyes. The killing fog had entered him at last, and found even his impossible body could be taught pain. Nekare extended one long hand. I did not hear his words clearly. The fog took them, or my mind refused them. I heard enough. Son, pride, obedience, mine. Mortarion answered by lifting the scythe. He took 3 steps. On the 4th, he fell to one knee. The sound he made was not weakness. It was hate forced through a body that would not obey. He tried to rise. The scythe blade scraped stone. Nekare descended towards him with all the patience of the mountain, every horror of Barbarus gathered in that father shape. Then the sky became gold. The Emperor came through the killing veil as if it were mist. Not untouched, not gentle, not hurried. He walked where we crawled, where Mortarion choked, where generations had died at the edge of breath. Around him, light cut the poison into streaming banners. Behind him came no army. He needed none. Nekare turned. For the first time in the history of my world, the highest lord looked upward and saw something higher. What followed was not a duel I can recount. My eyes bled. My mask cracked. My mind broke the sight into pieces it could survive. A blade of light. A scream that shook poison from the towers. Nekare's shadow stretching too long across the gate. The Emperor's hand raised. Nekare burning from within, armor splitting, tubes snapping, the roots of the manse tearing free from his back in lashes of black fluid. A final cry that sounded like every bell on Barbarus being struck at once. Then the father of our horrors died. Nekare did not fall like meat. He came apart like an empire of pain losing its law. The vents of his manse burst. The towers groaned. The killing fog convulsed, then began to thin. Mortarion saw it from his knees. That was the wound. Not Nekare's death. Not even the Emperor's victory. The wound was that Mortarion had reached him and failed before the final stroke. Barbarus was freed, but the one death that would have made freedom his had been taken from his hand. The chain was broken by another master. The mountain was slain by the sky. I understood then what would fester in him. A man can forgive defeat. Perhaps. A son may even survive hatred. But to be saved at the moment of vengeance is to be denied the one shape of justice the world had left you. The old world ended in silence. Below, the surviving death guards saw the fog thinning. Some knelt, some stood, some wept behind sealed helms because they could not decide whether the tears belonged to grief or poison. The Emperor descended with Mortarion, and none of us knew whether to cheer or draw blades. Imperial compliance began without celebration. That is the part no songs would keep. There were inventories before feasts, names before mourning, counts of settlements, grain stores, forge capacity, surviving fighters, viable children, stable bloodlines, useful mutations, unexplained illnesses. Golden envoys moved through our camps with slates and servo skulls. Medici teams tested blood, scanned bones, marked the strong, marked the sick, marked those whose bodies might survive transformation into something beyond human. They called it gene screening. We called it another kind of choosing. The armoured giants stood guard while our dead still smoked. Ships lowered engines over valleys that had never seen stars. Priests of no faith and officers of perfect discipline measured our world in columns. Compliance, they said, as if the word were kinder than conquest because it wore clean armour. Mortarion said little. He stood among us and apart from us, his eyes fixed often on the highest peak where Nakar's manse still burned black against the open sky. Hadron was gone. I looked for him anyway. I found only his axe head at the pass weeks later, when the fog had thinned, enough for recovery crews to climb. The handle had burned away. The blade was notched, cracked, and glued with old blood to the stones. I carried it down and gave it to Edrak. He tied it above the ashyard gate in Gravemire, where the reaping bell had once hung. No more high bells rang after that. For a while, we mistook silence for freedom. I was there when the first valley children saw the stars. They stood in the mud with their masks lifted, coughing in air that was still poisonous but no longer commanded by the manses. Above them, through rents in the thinning cloud, little fires burned in the dark. Clean fires, distant fires. The old women had not lied after all. The children did not know the names of those lights. They knew poisons. They knew filter seals. They knew ash pits, corpse hooks, ration tallies, and the sound a mother makes when a cage climbs into fog. The stars looked down on them, and they stared back as strangers. We thought we had escaped the mountains. We were fools. Barbarus had already entered our blood. It had shaped our breath, our discipline, our mercy, our hatred. It had taught us that endurance was not patience, but a weapon. It had taught us to burn the dead before they could be used against us. It had taught us that saviors came with chains, that fathers could be fortresses, that freedom could taste of ash and inventory ink. The Imperium took us to the stars in time. It gave Mortarion armies made in his image, sons in pale armour, warriors who would bear the name we had first spoken in mud and plague smoke. Others would write of legions, compliance, crusades, gene seed, and the great machinery of mankind's destiny. Let them. I know where the Death Guard were born, not in void docks, not beneath imperial eagles, not when the stars opened and golden ships descended through poison cloud. We were born in the valleys of Barbarus, coughing blood into failing masks, dragging corpses to the ash before dawn, learning that the dead must be killed twice and that hatred must be disciplined before it can cut. We were born beneath the mountains, and though we left them, they never left us.